similar wars across the globe. In Gaza, almost 4 months since the Council's resolution on ceasefire and hostage release, the deal is nowhere close. As the Secretary General said yesterday at UNRWA meeting, people in Gaza are existing, not living, existing among lakes of sewage, piles of rubbish, and mountains of rubble. The only certainty they have is that tomorrow is going to be worse. In the West Bank and East Jerusalem, violence and dehumanization of Palestinians is increasing and has reached a boiling point. All this is taking us further away from the two-state solution, with Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace and security. Escalation of Gaza crisis into the region is now a reality. The region is at the brink of an abyss. De-escalation is urgently needed, starting with the ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon. In Sudan, we are witnessing a man-made humanitarian catastrophe, with millions displaced and in desperate need of humanitarian aid. At the same time, we are seeing the atrocity happening again in Darfur. How is this possible? Has Security Council really failed the humanity? To be honest, it is the permanent 5 Security Council members who bear most responsibility. By misusing veto power and putting national interests first, they effectively blocked the working of the UN Security Council. The concerns and pain that we feel for civilians, the condemnation of violations of the Charter and of international humanitarian law should not depend on our geographical or political proximity to the conflict. We should all put common interests first, and the world would be a much better place. Having said that, let me come to a reform of the Security Council. Our experience with the Security Council has given us renewed appreciation for the need to reform the Security Council. We urgently need a council that is a true representation of the international community, a council that is fit for the world of today. We need to ensure that the distribution of the seats is fair. The Council needs stronger voices of the regions that have been underrepresented, such as African continent. Reform of Council's composition needs to be accompanied with the reform of the veto powers. The reality is that we won't be able to eliminate veto, but we could definitely regulate this right of veto more precisely. The Security Council also needs to exercise its power with higher ambition when it comes to prevention of conflicts and play a stronger role in peace-building activities that involve all aspects of the UN system. Colleagues, let us not forget that United Nations are much more than the Security Council alone. We commend the work of nameless humanitarian workers who are on the ground in armed conflicts among the civilians, representing the face of United Nations. Erosion of respect of international humanitarian law is making their work so much more difficult. Gaza conflict was, however, a turning point in this regard. In Gaza, humanitarians are not just occasional collateral victims. They seem to have become a deliberate military target. There is no other explanation for the highest number of humanitarian workers being killed last year, of whom a vast majority in Gaza. The sense of impunity for crimes in Gaza is putting humanitarian organizations under stress elsewhere. This is undermining the very essence of the United Nations, and it is affecting the work of the humanitarian organizations and agencies like ICRC and UNRWA all around the globe. Third pressing issue, climate change. The impact of climate change is mostly felt on the lifeline for people and nature, that is water, the most precious of the elements. Extreme weather events are multiplying water-related risks across the world. This global challenge demands a global and collaborative response. Solutions exist, but are not equally accessible to everybody. The UN Secretary General's Early Warning for All initiative is the right step in this direction. As the catastrophic floods devastated my home country last year, we initiated development of an advanced digital solution linking Earth observation with supercomputing and artificial intelligence. The system, when built, will help us predict floods and droughts and improve our resilience. We are ready to share this solution with our partners globally. Remote sensing and Earth observation inform our early warning systems, but we are fully aware that many countries lack the capacity to monitoring all the hazards and are restricted in their access. I call upon all to form a global partnership around the early warning for all to help overcome these challenges. The partnership would boost our common preparedness and ensure that everyone on Earth is protected from hazardous weather, water or climate events through life-saving early warning systems. Fortunately, people suffering from armed conflicts do not have the luxury of high-tech solutions. More often than not, they are denied basic access to clean drinking water. Even more, we are increasingly seeing how access to water is becoming weaponized in Yemen, Somalia, Gaza, and Sudan. Slovenia decided to take initiative, and we launched the Global Alliance to Spare Water from Armed Conflict, together with a cross-regional group of countries. Such global partnerships are urgently needed to safeguard the human right to water for all. And last but not least, on humanity. We need to make sure that people around the world age with dignity and rights. The current international human rights law offers only a fragmented and inconsistent framework for the full protection of human rights of elder persons. This is why we are leading a global action towards a legally binding instrument on human rights of older persons. The world should spare no time to address the main issues related to gender equality, including the future developments and implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. The UN should lead by example when it comes to the full, equal and meaningful role and leadership of women in our societies. In its entire history, the General Assembly has been led by only 4 women. We never had a female UN Secretary General. The time has come to reflect gender equality in top leadership positions of our organization. Slovenia has joined the supporters of the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the position of the President of the United Nations General Assembly. In the times of crisis, children are always the most vulnerable ones. Today's world is increasingly hostile to children's rights. More children than ever are experiencing violence in all settings. Many have lost their lives, are forcibly displaced, exposed to most traumatic experiences, imprisoned, denied education and healthcare, and face extreme poverty and social exclusion. Gaza is an example of extreme suffering of the children. Slovenia is offering concrete help with the foundation Let Them Dream, which is dealing with the rehabilitation of children from Gaza. It is an extremely noble and human project which was launched years ago and has already helped hundreds of children from Gaza who came on rehabilitation in Slovenia and will continue to do so. Sadly, some of these kids were now already the victims of recent aggression on Gaza. Let me finish with the story of the 2 young girls from Palestine. At the beginning of this week, I attended an event on missing futures in the occupied Palestinian territory organized by Save the Children. At this event, I heard stories from 2 courageous girls Sarah and Rand. They spoke about their challenges in life, they spoke about their feelings, they spoke about their plans for the future. And despite all of the destruction, dehumanization, and fear, there was no anger nor hate in their stories. They just had this enormous wish to live a normal, decent life. They just had this enormous wish to be able to educate and study in order to be able to contribute back to their community. One wants to become a doctor. Second wants to become a humanitarian worker. Today, I fulfill my promise to them and I bring their story to the General Assembly. Only with our united call for peace and against war, we could make sure that Sarah and Rand and all the other children of Palestine and the world are not among the thousands missing futures of children under occupation. I want to say this out loud and clear to the Israeli government. Stop the bloodshed. Stop the suffering. Bring the hostages home and end the occupation. Mr. Netanyahu, stop this war now.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, heads of state and government, excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. Qala ya abati inni raitu
And he said, "Oh my father, I have seen 11 planets and the sun and moon bowing to me." He said, "Oh son, do not tell your story to your brothers. They will devise a scheme for you." The devil is the enemy of humans.
It's a matter of great honor for me to address the United Nations General Assembly for the second time as the Prime Minister of a country that has always been a proactive member of the UN Assembly. I would like to congratulate you and wish you all the success, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I would also like to appreciate the efforts of Ambassador Dennis Francis for his skillful stewardship of the 78th session of the UNGA. Mr. President, the father of our nation, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, declared in 1947 that we stand by the United Nations Charter and will gladly make our full contribution to peace and prosperity of the world. Pakistan has stood by this commitment unwaveringly. Today, we are facing most daunting challenges to the world order. Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, a dangerous conflict in Ukraine, destructive conflicts across Africa and Asia, rising geopolitical tensions, resurging terrorism, galloping poverty, stifling debt, and the mounting impact of climate change, we feel the chill of a new world order. In response to these challenges, our Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for the Summit of the Future. It led to the adoption of the 54 actions on development, peace and security, technology and global governance in the Pact of the Future. Mr. President, today I stand before you to express the searing pain and anguish of the people of Pakistan at the plight of the people of Gaza. Our heart bleeds as we witness the tragedy unfolding in the Holy Land, a tragedy that shakes the very conscience of humanity and the foundation of this institution. Mr. President, can we, as human beings, remain silent while children lie buried under the rubble of their shattered homes? Can we turn a blind eye to mothers cradling the lifeless bodies of the children? This is not just a conflict, this is systematic slaughter of innocent people of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, an assault on the very essence of human life and dignity. The blood of Gaza's children stains the hands of not just the oppressors, but also those who are complicit in prolonging this cruel conflict. When we ignore their endless suffering, we diminish our humanity. It is not enough to condemn, Mr. President. We must act now and demand an immediate end to this bloodshed. We must remember that the blood and sacrifice of the innocent Palestinians will never go waste. We must worry about their plight and difficulties and stand by them. We must work for a durable peace through the two-state nation. We must seek a viable, secure, contiguous and sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its eternal capital, and to advance the goals these goals, Palestine must also be immediately admitted as a full member of the United Nations. Mr. President, in a span of a few days, Israel's unrelenting bombing of Lebanon has killed over 500 people, including women and even small children. The failure to implement UN resolutions has emboldened Israel. It threatens to drag the entire Middle East into a war whose consequences could be very grave and beyond imagination. Similarly, like the people of Palestine, the people of Jammu and Kashmir too have struggled for a century for their freedom and right to self-determination. Instead of moving towards peace, India has resiled from its commitments to implement the Security Council resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir. These resolutions mandate a plebiscite to enable the people of Jammu and Kashmir to exercise their fundamental right to self-determination. Ladies and gentlemen, since the 5th of August 2019, India has initiated unilateral illegal steps to impose what its leaders ominously call a final solution for Jammu and Kashmir. Day in and day out, 900,000 Indian troops terrorized the people of occupied Jammu and Kashmir with draconian measures including prolonged curfews, extrajudicial killings, and the abduction of thousands of young Kashmiris. At the same time, in a classic settler colonial project, India is seizing Kashmiri lands and properties and settling outsiders into occupied Jammu and Kashmir in their nefarious design to transform the Muslim majority into a minority. This hackneyed tactic is employed by all occupying powers, but it has always failed. In Jammu and Kashmir too, it shall fail by the grace of God. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kashmiri people are resolute in rejection of the false Indian identity. The New Delhi seeks to impose upon them very, very severe conditions, and atrocities are being committed every hour. India's policy of brutal coercion and oppression in occupied Kashmir has ensured that Burhan Wani's legacy continues to inspire the struggle and sacrifices of millions of Kashmiris. Inspired by the legitimacy of their epic struggle, they remain defiant. Their heart-wrenching stories remind us that behind every statistic lies a human life, a dream deferred, and a hope shattered. Even more worryingly, it is engaged in massive expansion of its military capabilities, which are essentially deployed against Pakistan. Its war doctrines envisage a surprise attack and a limited war under the nuclear overhang. Thoughtlessly, India has spurned Pakistan's proposals for a mutual strategic restraint regime. Its leadership has often threatened to cross the line of control and take over Azad Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, let me state in no uncertain terms that Pakistan will respond most decisively to any Indian aggression. Therefore, to secure durable peace, India must reverse the unilateral and illegal measures it has taken since 5th of August 2019 and enter into a dialogue for a peaceful resolution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute in accordance with the UN security resolutions and the wishes of the Kashmiri people. Mr. President, remember, illegal occupation creates a fresh hell every day in the killing fields of Palestine and in the pristine valleys of occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from conflicts, Mr. President, the 21st century has brought a cascade of crises, including the reversal of development and the mounting impact of climate change. 2 years ago, my country was devastated by catastrophic floods, causing $30 billion in damages. It is now clear that each summer will bring blistering temperatures and trigger fresh climate impacts. Pakistan emits less than 1% of global carbon emissions, yet we have paid a very heavy price for no fault of ours. This is most unfair in any calculus of global justice. We must uphold the axiom, the polluter must pay. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan looks forward to fulfillment of commitments made by our development partners to support the achievements of the SDGs and climate goals, including a new annual goal beyond $100 billion in climate finance. Mr. President, with nearly 100 developing countries trapped in the vicious cycle of debt and liquidity crisis, which I always call a death trap rather than debt trap, achieving the SDGs in these circumstances remain a distant mirage. The international financial architecture, which the Secretary General has described as morally bankrupt, and the world trade and technology regimes must be reformed and aligned to promote development and global equity. Mr. President, since assuming office in March this year, the progress and prosperity of my 240 million people has been my singular focus. We have taken some very difficult but necessary decisions that have rescued our economy from collapse, restored macroeconomic stability, controlled physical deficits, and strengthened our reserves. As a result, inflation has come down to a single digit by the grace of God, and the prospects for economic growth has revived. I would like to explain this challenge and the way we are negotiating, Mr. President, by reciting a stanza from a poem which enormously makes me very emboldened, very brave, and hardworking, and commit untiring efforts. And this stanza is a befitting example of hard work and, of course, facing challenges, and then pave the way for success stories. And stanza is, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging is all uphill, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging seems all uphill, when the credits are low and debts are high, when the credits are low and debts are high, when you want to smile but you have to sigh, when you want to smile you have to sigh, when care, read health, when care is pressing you down a bit, when care or health is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. This is how, Mr. President, we have learned to face our challenges and negotiate the most daunting challenges we have faced. Mr. President, situated at the crossroads of South and Central Asia and the Middle East, we have prioritized geoeconomics and regional connectivity to secure win-win outcomes for our people. The second phase of the landmark China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has been successfully launched through the APEX Special Investment Facilitation Council. We are mobilizing investments in resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, minerals, sustainable agriculture, and technology. This will herald a new era of development and modernization in my beloved country. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2 decades, Pakistan has fought terrorism boldly and most successfully, defeating terrorist groups within Pakistan. We have paid a very heavy price. 80,000 of our brave soldiers and civilians have been martyred, including innocent school-going children. And the gory memories of APS school carnage haunt us till date. Our economy has suffered a loss of $150 billion. Unfortunately, today we are again confronted by a new wave of externally financed and sponsored terrorism, especially by the TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, and its associates. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, inshallah, by the grace of God, we are determined to eliminate this threat as well through our comprehensive national effort by the name of Azm-e-Istehkam, meaning resolve to promote peace and stability. And we will work collectively with the international community to combat all forms of terrorism and reform the global counter-terrorism architecture. Mr. President, Pakistan seeks the earliest possible normalization of the situation in Afghanistan. We join the UN's appeal for $3 billion in humanitarian assistance to the millions of suffering Afghan brothers and sisters. At the same time, we endorse and share the international expectations that the Afghan interim government would respect human rights, including the rights of women and girls, and promote political inclusion. In particular, the interim government must take effective action to neutralize all terrorist groups within Afghanistan, especially those responsible for cross-border terrorism against neighboring countries. These include ISIL-K, Daesh, the Al-Qaeda-associated TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, Majid Brigade, the BLA, and other terrorist groups which unfortunately are seen on Afghan territory. Mr. President, another troubling global development is the escalation of Islamophobia, which is now manifested by frequent desecrations of the Holy Quran, attacks on mosques, negative stereotyping of Muslims, and acts of discrimination and violence against them. The most alarming manifestation of Islamophobia is the Hindu supremacist agenda in India. It aggressively seeks the subjugation of 200 million Muslims and the obliteration of India's Islamic heritage. Pakistan and the OIC will work with the UN Secretary General and the Special Envoy to implement a plan of action to combat the scourge. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan seeks an immediate end to the tragic conflict in Ukraine and its peaceful resolution in accordance with the UN Charter and international agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has a long and proud history of solidarity, friendship, and cooperation with the nation of Africa. We will continue to cooperate with them to counter terrorism and resolve regional conflicts, including through UN peacekeeping and peace building in the region. Finally, Mr. President, as we leave this august hall, we must carry with us a message for our people, that the weak are not voiceless, that the oppressed should not lose hope, that poverty is not preordained, and that Allah Almighty promise of justice and equality in our terrestrial home must be respected. I thank you all, and thank you very much for your time. God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't intend to come here this year. My country is at war, fighting for its life. But after I heard the lies and slanders leveled at my country by many of the speakers at this podium, I decided to come here and set the record straight. I decided to come here to speak for my people, to speak for my country, to speak for the truth. And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again. Yet we face savage enemies who seek our annihilation, and we must defend ourselves against these savage murderers. Our enemies seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror. When I spoke here last year, I said we faced the same timeless choice that Moses put before the people of Israel thousands of years ago. As we were about to enter the Promised Land, Moses told us that our actions will determine whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. And that is the choice we face today. The curse of Iran's unremitting aggression, or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed that speech, the blessing I spoke of came into sharper focus. A normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel seemed closer than ever. But then came the curse of October 7th. Thousands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists from Gaza burst into Israel in pickup trucks, on motorcycles, and they committed unimaginable atrocities. They savagely murdered 1,200 people. They raped and mutilated women. They beheaded men. They burned babies alive. They burnt entire families alive, babies, children, parents, grandparents, in scenes reminiscent of the Nazi Holocaust. Hamas kidnapped 251 people from dozens of different countries, dragging them into the dungeons of Gaza. Israel has brought home 154 of these hostages, including 117 who returned alive. I want to assure you, we will not rest until the remaining hostages are brought home too. And some of their family members are here with us today. I ask you to stand up. With us is Eli Stevie, whose son Idan was abducted from the Nova Music Festival. That was his crime. A music festival. And these murderous monsters took him. Kobe Smirno, whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse was taken into the dungeons, into the terror tunnels of Gaza. A corpse held hostage. Salim al-Atrash, whose brother Muhammad, a brave Arab-Israeli soldier, was murdered. His body too was taken to Gaza. And so was the body of Ifat Hyman's daughter in Bar, who was brutally murdered at that same music festival. With us is Sharon Sharabi, whose brother Yossi was murdered, and who prays for his older brother Eli, who is still held hostage in Gaza. And with us too is Yizhar Lifshitz from Kibbutz Nir Oz, a kibbutz that was wiped out by the terrorists. Thankfully, we achieved the release of his mother Yocheved, but his father Oded is still languishing in an underground terrorist hell of Hamas. I again promise you, we will return your loved ones home. We will not spare that effort until this holy mission is accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, the curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza. But it didn't end there. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. On October 8th, Hezbollah attacked us from Lebanon. Since then, they fired over 8,000 rockets at our towns and cities, at our civilians, at our children. 2 weeks later, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched drones and missiles at Israel, the first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday aimed at Tel Aviv. Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year as well. Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Judea and Samaria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel. And last April, for the first time ever, Iran directly attacked Israel from its own territory, firing 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles at us. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach, and that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning. Ladies and gentlemen, as Israel defends itself against Iran in the seven-front war, the line separating the blessing and the curse could not be more clear. This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map. It's a map. Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery on millions. On the one hand, a bright blessing, a future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again. Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world. Because Iran seeks to impose its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terror networks on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles for nuclear warheads to threaten the entire world. For too long, the world has appeased Iran. It turns a blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external aggression. Well, that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must end now. Nations of the world should support the brave people of Iran who want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Responsible governments should not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel. They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program. In this body, in the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months. And I call on the Security Council to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades, I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program. Our actions delayed this program by perhaps a decade, but we haven't stopped it. We've delayed it, but we haven't stopped it. Iran now seeks to weaponize its nuclear program for the sake of the peace and security of all your countries. For the sake of the peace and security of the entire world, we must not let that happen. And I assure you, Israel will do everything in its power to make sure it doesn't happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is simple. Which of these two maps that I showed you will shape our future? Will it be the blessings of peace and prosperity for Israel, our Arab partners, and the rest of the world? Or will it be the curse in which Iran and its proxies spread carnage and chaos everywhere? Israel has already made its choice. We've decided to advance the blessing. We're building a partnership for peace with our Arab neighbors while fighting the forces of terror that threaten that peace. For nearly a year, the brave men and women of the IDF have been systematically crushing Hamas's terror army that once ruled Gaza. On October 7th, the day of that invasion into Israel, that terror army numbered nearly 40,000 terrorists. It was armed with more than 15,000 rockets. It had 350 miles of terror tunnels, an underground network bigger than the New York subway system, which they used to wreak havoc above and below ground. A year later, the IDF has killed or captured more than half of these terrorists, destroyed over 90% of their rocket arsenal, and eliminated the key segments of their terror tunnel network. In major military operations, we destroyed nearly all of Hamas's terror battalions, 23 out of 24 battalions. Now, to complete our victory, we are focused on mopping up Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities. We are taking out senior terrorist commanders and destroying remaining terrorist infrastructure. But all the while, and I'll say this one more time, we remain focused on our sacred mission, bringing our hostages home, and we will not stop until that mission is complete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military capability, the terrorists still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza. Hamas steals the food, and then they hike the prices. They feed their bellies, and then they fill their coffers with money that they extort from their own people. They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices, and that's how they stay in power. Well, this too has to end, and we're working to bring it to an end. And the reason is simple. Because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go. Just imagine, For those who say, well, Hamas has to stay, it has to be part of a post-war Gaza, imagine in a post-war situation in World War II, imagine allowing the defeated Nazis in 1945 to rebuild Germany. It's inconceivable, it's ridiculous. It didn't happen then, it's not going to happen now. This is why Israel will reject any role for Hamas in a post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza. What we seek is a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Only then can we ensure that this round of fighting will be the last round of fighting. We are ready to work with regional and other partners to support a local civilian administration in Gaza committed to peaceful coexistence. As for the hostages, I have a message for the Hamas captors. Let them go. Let them go. All of them. Those alive today must be returned alive, and the remains of those whom you brutally killed must be returned to their families. Those families here with us today, and others in Israel, deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones, a place where they can grieve and remember them. This war, ladies and gentlemen, this war can come to an end now. All that has to happen is for Hamas to surrender, lay down its arms, and release all the hostages. But if they don't, we will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it. Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the quintessential terror organization in the world today. It has tentacles that span in all continents. It has murdered more Americans and more Frenchmen than any group except bin Laden. It's murdered the citizens of many countries represented in this room. And it has attacked Israel viciously over the last 20 years, in the last year, completely unprovoked. A day after Hamas massacre, on October 7th, Hezbollah began attacks against Israel, which forced more than 60,000 Israelis on our northern border to leave their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of Israel into ghost towns. So I want you to think about this in equivalent American terms. Just imagine if terrorists turned El Paso and San Diego into ghost towns. Then ask yourself, how long would the American government tolerate that? A day? A week? A month? I doubt they tolerate it even for a single day. Yet Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year. Well, I've come here today to say, enough is enough. We won't rest until our citizens can return safely to their homes. We will not accept a terror army perched on our northern border, able to perpetrate another October 7th style massacre. For 18 years, Hezbollah brazenly refused to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which requires it to move its forces away from our borders. Instead, Hezbollah moved right up to our border. They secretly dug terror tunnels to infiltrate our communities and indiscriminately fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles not from military sites, not from that. They do that too. But they fire those rockets and missiles after they place them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, Get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours. As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly what we're doing. Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which had built with Iran's funding for 3 decades. We took out senior military commanders who not only shed Israeli blood, but American and French blood as well. And then we took out their replacements, and then the replacements of their replacements. And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met. Ladies and gentlemen, we're committed to removing the curse of terrorism that threatens all civilized societies. But to truly realize the blessing of a new Middle East, we must continue the path we paved with the Abraham Accords 4 years ago. Above all, this means achieving a historic peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And having seen the blessings that we've already brought with the Abraham Accords, the millions of Israelis who've already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf countries, the trade, the tourism, the joint ventures, the peace, I say to you, what blessings such a peace with Saudi Arabia would bring. It would be a boon to the security and economy of our two countries. It would boost trade and tourism across the region. It would help transform the Middle East into a global juggernaut. Our two countries could cooperate on energy, water, agriculture, artificial intelligence, and many, many other fields. Such a peace, I'm sure, would be a true pivot of history. It would usher in a historic reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism, between Mecca and Jerusalem. While Israel is committed to achieving such a peace, Iran and its terror proxies are committed to scuttling it. That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace. Such a peace would be the foundation for an even broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel's current Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing of peace. It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits to the rest of the world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. This is an opportunity that we and the world should not let go by. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel has made its choice. We seek to move forward to a bright age of prosperity and peace. Iran and its proxies have also made their choice. They want to move back to a dark age of terror and war. And now I have a question. And I pose that question to you. What choice will you make? Will your nation stand with Israel? Will you stand with democracy and peace? Or will you stand with Iran, a brutal dictatorship that subjugates its own people, exports terrorism across the globe? In this battle between good and evil, there must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel, you stand for your own values and your own interests. Yes, we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending you against a common enemy that through violence and terror seeks to destroy our way of life. So there should be no confusion about this. But unfortunately, there is a lot of it in many countries and in this very hall, as I've just heard. Good is portrayed as evil, and evil is portrayed as good. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of genocide, when we defend ourselves against enemies who try to commit genocide against us. We see this too when Israel is absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza. What an absurdity. We helped bring in 700,000 tons of food into Gaza. That's more than 3,000 calories a day for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of deliberately targeting civilians. We don't want to see a single person, a single innocent person die. That's always a tragedy. And that's why we do so much to minimize civilian casualties, even as our enemies use civilians as human shields. And no army has done what Israel is doing to minimize civilian casualties. We drop flyers, we send text messages, we make phone calls by the millions to ensure that Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way. We spare no effort in this noble pursuit. We see yet another profound moral confusion when self-described progressives march against the democracy of Israel. Don't they realize they support the Iranian-backed goons in Tehran and in Gaza? The goons who gun down protesters, murder women for not covering their hair, and hang gays in public squares, some progressives. According to the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Iran funds and fuels many of the protesters against Israel. Who knows, maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon, who reigned in our eternal capital, Jerusalem, 3,000 years ago, proclaimed something that is familiar to all of you. He said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Well, in an age of space travel, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence, some would argue that's a debatable statement. But one thing is undeniable. There is definitely nothing new at the United Nations. Take it from me. I first spoke from this podium as Israel's ambassador to the UN in 1984. That's exactly 40 years ago. And in my maiden speech here, I think it's the same podium, by the way. In my maiden speech here, I spoke against a proposal to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later, I find myself defending Israel against that same preposterous proposal. And who's leading the charge this time? Not Hamas, but Abbas, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. This is the man who claims he wants peace with Israel. Yet he still refuses to condemn the horrific massacre of October 7th. He's still paying hundreds of millions to terrorists who murder Israelis and Americans. It's called pay for slay. The more you murder, the more you get paid. And he still wages unremitting diplomatic warfare against Israel's right to exist and against Israel's right to defend itself. And by the way, they amount to the same thing. Because if you can't defend yourself, you can't exist. Not in our neighborhood, certainly, and maybe not in yours. Standing in this podium 40 years ago, I told the sponsors of that outrageous resolution to expel Israel, "Gentlemen, check your fanaticism at the door." Today, I tell President Abbas and all of you who would shamefully support that resolution, check your fanaticism at the door. The singling out of the one and only Jewish state continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere. But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. In this anti-Israel flat earth society, any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster a majority. In the last decade, there have been more resolutions passed against Israel in this hall at the UN General Assembly than against the entire world combined. Actually, more than twice as many. Since 2014, this body condemned Israel 174 times. It condemned all the other countries in the world 73 times. That's more than 100 extra condemnations for the Jewish state. What hypocrisy, what a double standard, what a joke. So the UN's hostility So all the speeches you heard today, all the hostility directed at Israel this year, it's not about Gaza. It's about Israel. It's always been about Israel's very existence. And I say to you, until the Jewish state is treated like other nations, until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing more than a contemptuous farce. Now, given the anti-Semitism at the UN, it should surprise no one that the prosecutor at the ICC, one of the UN's affiliated organs, is considering issuing arrest warrants against me and Israel's defense minister, the democratically elected leaders of the democratic state of Israel. The ICC prosecutors rushed to judgment. His refusal to treat Israel with its independent courts, the way other democracies are treated, is hard to explain by anything other than pure anti-Semitism. Ladies and gentlemen, the real war criminals are not in Israel. They're in Iran. They're in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. Those of you who stand with these war criminals, those of you who stand with evil against good, with a curse against the blessing, those of you who do so should be ashamed of yourselves. But I have a message for you. Israel will win this battle. We'll win this battle because we don't have a choice. After generations in which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense, we now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of Samuel says in the Bible, Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel will not falter. In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempests and upheavals of modern times, that ancient promise has always been kept, and it will hold true for all time. To borrow a great poet's phrase, Israel will not go gently into that good night. We will never need to rage against the dying of the light, because the torch of Israel will forever shine bright. To the people of Israel and to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. חזקו ואמצו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live now, tomorrow, forever. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Israel Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Rising geopolitical tensions, resurging terrorism, galloping poverty, stifling debt, and the mounting impact of climate change, we feel the chill of a new world order. In response to these challenges, our Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for the Summit of the Future. It led to the adoption of the 54 actions on development. As human beings remain silent while children lie buried under the rubble of their shattered homes, can we turn a blind eye to mothers cradling the lifeless bodies of the children? This is not just a conflict, this is systematic slaughter of innocent people of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, an assault on the very essence of human life and dignity. The blood of Gaza's children stains the hands of not just the oppressors, but also those who are complicit in prolonging this cruel conflict. When we ignore their endless suffering, we diminish our humanity. It is not enough to condemn, Mr. President. We must act now and demand an immediate end to this bloodshed. We must remember that the blood and sacrifice of the innocent Palestinians will never go waste. We must worry about their plight and difficulties and stand by them. We must work for a durable peace through the two-state nation. We must seek a viable, secure, contiguous and sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its eternal capital, and to advance the goals these goals, Palestine must also be immediately admitted as a full member of the United Nations. Mr. President, in a span of a few days, Israel's unrelenting bombing of Lebanon has killed over 500 people, including women and even small children. The failure to implement UN resolutions has emboldened Israel. It threatened to drag the entire Middle East into a war whose consequences could be very grave and beyond imagination. Similarly, like the people of Palestine, the people of Jammu and Kashmir too have struggled for a century for their freedom and right to self-determination. Instead of moving towards peace, India has resiled from its commitments to implement the Security Council resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir. These resolutions mandate a plebiscite to enable the people of Jammu and Kashmir to exercise their fundamental right to self-determination. Ladies and gentlemen, since the 5th of August 2019, India has initiated unilateral illegal steps to impose what its leaders ominously call a final solution for Jammu and Kashmir. Day in and day out, 900,000 Indian troops terrorized the people of occupied Jammu and Kashmir with draconian measures including prolonged curfews, extrajudicial killings, and the abduction of thousands of young Kashmiris. At the same time, in a classic settler colonial project, India is seizing Kashmiri lands and properties and settling outsiders into occupied Jammu and Kashmir in their nefarious design to transform the Muslim majority into a minority. This hackneyed tactic is employed by all occupying powers, but it has always failed. In Jammu and Kashmir too, it shall fail by the grace of God. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kashmiri people are resolute in rejection of the false Indian identity. The New Delhi seeks to impose upon them very, very severe conditions, and atrocities are being committed every hour. India's policy of brutal coercion and oppression in occupied Kashmir has ensured that Burhan Wani's legacy continues to inspire the struggle and sacrifices of millions of Kashmiris. Inspired by the legitimacy of their epic struggle, they remain defiant. Their heart-wrenching stories remind us that behind every statistic lies a human life, a dream deferred, and a hope shattered. Even more worryingly, it is engaged in massive expansion of its military capabilities, which are essentially deployed against Pakistan. Its war doctrines envisage a surprise attack and a limited war under the nuclear overhang. Thoughtlessly, India has spurned Pakistan's proposals for a mutual strategic restraint regime. Its leadership has often threatened to cross the line of control and take over Azad Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, let me state in no uncertain terms that Pakistan will respond most decisively to any Indian aggression. Therefore, to secure durable peace, India must reverse the unilateral and illegal measures it has taken since 5th of August 2019 and enter into a dialogue for a peaceful resolution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute in accordance with the UN security resolutions and the wishes of the Kashmiri people. Mr. President, remember, illegal occupation creates a fresh hell every day in the killing fields of Palestine and in the pristine valleys of occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from conflicts, Mr. President, the 21st century has brought a cascade of crises, including the reversal of development and the mounting impact of climate change. 2 years ago, my country was devastated by catastrophic floods, causing $30 billion in damages. It is now clear that each summer will bring blistering temperatures and trigger fresh climate impacts. Pakistan emits less than 1% of global carbon emissions, yet we have paid a very heavy price for no fault of ours. This is most unfair in any calculus of global justice. We must uphold the axiom, the polluter must pay. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan looks forward to fulfillment of commitments made by our development partners to support the achievements of the SDGs and climate goals, including a new annual goal beyond $100 billion in climate finance. Mr. President, with nearly 100 developing countries trapped in the vicious cycle of debt and liquidity crisis, which I always call a death trap rather than debt trap, achieving the SDGs in these circumstances remain a distant mirage. The international financial architecture, which the Secretary General has described as morally bankrupt, and the world trade and technology regimes must be reformed and aligned to promote development and global equity. Mr. President, since assuming office in March this year, the progress and prosperity of my 240 million people has been my singular focus. We have taken some very difficult but necessary decisions that have rescued our economy from collapse, restored macroeconomic stability, controlled fiscal deficits, and strengthened our reserves. As a result, inflation has come down to a single digit by the grace of God, and the prospects for economic growth has revived. I would like to explain this challenge and the way we are negotiating, Mr. President, by reciting a stanza from a poem which enormously makes me very emboldened, very brave, and hardworking, and commit untiring efforts. And this stanza is a befitting example of hard work and, of course, facing challenges and then pave the way for success stories. And stanza is, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging is all uphill, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging seems all uphill, when the credits are low and debts are high, when the credits are low and debts are high, when you want to smile but you have to sigh, when you want to smile you have to sigh, when care, read health, when care is pressing you down a bit, when care or health is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. This is how, Mr. President, we have learned to face our challenges and negotiate the most daunting challenges we have faced. Mr. President, situated at the crossroads of South and Central Asia and the Middle East, we have prioritized geoeconomics and regional connectivity to secure win-win outcomes for our people. The second phase of the landmark China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has been successfully launched through the Apex Special Investment Facilitation Council. We are mobilizing investments in resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, minerals, sustainable agriculture, and technology. This will herald a new era of development and modernization in my beloved country. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2 decades, Pakistan has fought terrorism boldly and most successfully, defeating terrorist groups within Pakistan. We have paid a very heavy price. 80,000 of our brave soldiers and civilians have been martyred, including innocent school-going children. And the gory memories of APS school carnage haunt us till date. Our economy has suffered a loss of $150 billion. Unfortunately, today we are again confronted by a new wave of externally financed and sponsored terrorism, especially by the TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, and its associates. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, inshallah, by the grace of God, we are determined to eliminate this threat as well through our comprehensive national effort by the name of Azm-e-Istehkam, meaning resolve to promote peace and stability. And we will work collectively with the international community to combat all forms of terrorism and reform the global counter-terrorism architecture. Mr. President, Pakistan seeks the earliest possible normalization of the situation in Afghanistan. We join the UN's appeal for $3 billion in humanitarian assistance to the millions of suffering Afghan brothers and sisters. At the same time, we endorse and share the international expectations that the Afghan interim government would respect human rights, including the rights of women and girls, and promote political inclusion. In particular, the interim government must take effective action to neutralize all terrorist groups within Afghanistan, especially those responsible for cross-border terrorism against neighboring countries. These include ISIL-K, Daesh, the Al-Qaeda-associated TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, Majid Brigade, the BLA, and other terrorist groups which unfortunately are seen on Afghan territory. Mr. President, another troubling global development is the escalation of Islamophobia, which is now manifested by frequent desecrations of the Holy Quran, attacks on mosques, negative stereotyping of Muslims, and acts of discrimination and violence against them. The most alarming manifestation of Islamophobia is the Hindu supremacist agenda in India. It aggressively seeks the subjugation of 200 million Muslims and the obliteration of India's Islamic heritage. Pakistan and the OIC will work with the UN Secretary General and the Special Envoy to implement a plan of action to combat the scourge. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan seeks an immediate end to the tragic conflict in Ukraine and its peaceful resolution in accordance with the UN Charter and international agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has a long and proud history of solidarity, friendship, and cooperation with the nation of Africa. We will continue
conflict. There are few areas where the world is more in need of the United Nations acting as the United Nations to secure the objectives of the Charter than in the area of peace and security. The silence that has engulfed Sudan is unacceptable and may well be rooted in the racism that the world still carries as a badge of honor from the victories of the last great war of the World War II. The actions in Myanmar cannot continue. Ukraine has sucked more oxygen out of the global community and the global financial system than any of us can appropriately accept at the very time when the world needs to be applying its resources and efforts to fight in the greatest crisis known to mankind. And the spread of the war from Gaza to the consequences in the West Bank to now clearly what is happening in Lebanon as we speak with Israel, all of these are but the tip of an iceberg of death, violence, and instability, and robs the global community of oxygen and resources at the very time when we need it most in a strategic way. We all know, as students of history, that even the longest war in history came to an end. These wars, yes, they too will come to an end. But the question is when and at what cost, and without much loss of life, with how many children not being able to be either given the chance to live or will now live with memories of war that will affect their every action for the next 60, 70, 80 years of their lives. Innocent people are paying the price with the one thing that is theirs to give, and they don't give it willingly. It is their life. Unless we address the root causes of these wars, one by one, and the manners in which they are being sustained and financed, we will never know anything else other than war and rumors of war in these theaters. The transmittal of these scenes of horror in real time into people's bedrooms, into people's living rooms, will trigger two extreme reactions, neither of which are acceptable to us in the third decade of the 21st century. We will either get the desensitizing of ordinary people to the loss of lives, especially those of innocent children and women on the one hand, or we will get, on the other hand, the anger and inclination for vengeance that it spawns necessarily. We need peace. And it cannot be too difficult for us to work for peace. It is the same Bible that tells us in the stories of the Old Testament, much which has guided many people across this world. But when we turn from the Old Testament to the New Testament, it is Romans that says to us, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, not any country, not any human being. So that the Bible can't be used as a convenient aid when it suits us and rejected when it doesn't. In the midst of this maelstrom, we were very clear. My country took the step this year of recognizing and establishing diplomatic relations with the state of Palestine, in spite of having supported a two-state solution since 1969. And we did this because it is clear to us that the state and people of Palestine, human beings, are entitled to full recognition by integration into and support from the international community. The Charter does not say we the people, with the exception of any one group from any one part of the world. We join with others, therefore, in congratulating the state of Palestine in taking their seat among the United Nations member states, as they did on the 10th of September of this year. And let me be clear, we condemn the actions of Hamas on October 7th. But we equally and strongly deplore the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, which is the result of the disproportionate use of force by Israel. There's no justification for it. And that is why treaties exist governing the rules of engagement for war. Because we as human beings learnt better and know better and committed to better. A two-state solution, no matter how elusive it may appear to be now, is the only answer. And I've said already this week that we have known difficult battles in mankind's history. But when we were in it, we didn't think we could achieve it, but we did. We abolished slavery. We removed apartheid in South Africa. These battles are not beyond our creativity, our capacity, and our resilience to resolve them. Similarly, we insist that the killing in Ukraine really has to stop. The people of Ukraine must be allowed to live within the internationally recognized boundaries of their state in peace and freedom from the threat of use or force. And as I said, it is sucking too much oxygen out of the global financial system, and countries that should be the beneficiary of aid are being told that they may have to wait in the interest of the defense of others because of war. I say to us truly, there has to be a singular commitment to build a peace. Truly. Mr. President, my own region has not escaped the scourge of instability and violence. The Americas do not constitute today a theater of war. But we are today witnessing, for some years now, an unprecedented escalation in the number and caliber of assault weapons which are finding themselves in the hands of criminals who are wreaking havoc on the legal systems and our societies, particularly in the small island developing states of the Caribbean and indeed in the wider states of Central and Latin America. This scourge caused by guns manufactured in the United States of America primarily also requires a fundamental reset. The right of persons to bear arms in countries not engaged in military conflict should not be an opening to accept as legitimate the presence of assault weapons in countries. It is simply not right. There is no place for assault weapons in our societies. I turn now to the fate of the people of Haiti, which continues to be of major concern to our people in the Caribbean region. The global community now has an opportunity for an essential reset with how it addresses its relationship with Haiti, and which has been born in all kinds of semi and partial concern over the course of the last few decades. We continue to have it as a recurring decimal because we have failed to solve the problems and put them on a sustainable path to development for its people. What is needed is transformation of our sister nation. And yes, we must provide first and foremost security, but transformation must be its handmaiden. The government and people of Haiti need the full support of the international community, not just in the short term, but in the long term. And yes, this starts by extending the mandate of the Multinational Security Support Force, escalating the work of the United Nations, deploying all the tools of bilateral, regional, and global cooperation, not excluding countries who want to participate for spurious reasons, ensuring that those of us who can step up to the plate by significantly increasing the pledge funds, that we do so, because we know that it takes cash to be able to deploy the forces and the police necessary to help with the restoration, so that Haitian mother or that Haitian child can go about their day-to-day life without fear of being assaulted or killed or being denied the right to work because of their simple fear of walking the streets. The Caribbean community has been working hard this year to support our largest member state. And in the early part of the first few months of this year, we met on Haiti almost 3 to 4 times a week to guarantee the stability that we ask you now to help us secure. We thank the efforts of the Eminent Persons Group of former CARICOM prime ministers who were on the front line of helping to resolve this complex problem day in and day out, so that we could find a political consensus for Haiti. That Haiti had at this General Assembly both the interim president of the Transitional Council and Prime Minister Cornille is a remarkable achievement given where Haiti was in February of this year. Let them continue on a path, please, of securing their future. And we cannot be on this podium speaking about Haiti without thanking Kenya and President Ruto for their remarkable leadership. After many delays and in what represents now a historical precedent for an African country, they have ensured that an African country has taken the lead in helping to tackle the peace and security challenge beyond its own continent. That is the kind of reset that we need in the international community. And Mr. President, you cannot come on this platform, regrettably, although I look forward to the day when I will not have to say it, when we must ask for reprieve for the people of Cuba. It is unacceptable, it is unconscionable, and that it continues today is a mark on our international conscience. The Cuban people continue to face the most dire of economic circumstances, and that this is directly as a result of its exclusion and its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. And I have addressed our only knowledge of terrorism, and Cuba is in fact the downing of the Cubana plane off the waters of Barbados, where Cubans, Guyanese, and Koreans were killed. My friends, Cuba has been a valuable partner, stepping up for us when it has mattered most, by the provision of nurses and doctors in pandemics, and by the provision of other essential workers when the global community needed it, and when people needed to be liberated in Southern Africa. The reality is that we must have and continue to have resolve in calling for the embargo to be lifted, and we will condemn it year after year after year because it is simply wrong. As we say so, we pray that the people of Cuba, as they determine what damages they have found from Hurricane Helen, as well as we pray for the people of Florida, who clearly are going to spend the next few days identifying the damage as a result of a hurricane that hit Category 4 when it reached Florida. This is the climate crisis that we speak about. The people of Nigeria are still counting the bodies with respect to the floods that took place there. We have hard work to do. In our own Caribbean region, Beryl literally decimated the islands of Carriacou and Union Island, and indeed would have affected Grenada and St. Vincent more broadly. Jamaica and my own country's coastal infrastructure was significantly affected, with our fishing industry, 90% of it being decimated. This season of superlatives, with its floods and droughts, its hurricanes and fires, will take the lives and livelihoods of too many. The climate crisis is hitting us almost weekly across the globe. The deniers of the climate crisis, they too need a reset that will admit of the absolute necessity of collective action by the global community to save our way of life and our planet. Mr. President, at the start of this week, the skies were much darker. I truly believe so. We are starting to see some glimmers of light. We leave New York this week noting that the clouds are lifting, conscious that the sun is peeping out in certain areas, not all, but in certain critical areas, giving us a sense of renewed hope that reset is in fact not only possible, but necessary in key areas: institutional reform, reform in our financial architecture, reform in how we view development, but above all else, reform in how we see each other and value each other. This hope springs from the Pact for the Future and the many declarations that we have made here, the terms in which my fellow leaders spoke from this platform for the most part, the urgent need to recognize reset, 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 even if they didn't call it by that name. It is as if we all truly understand and accept the challenge of rising to solve the major difficulties that are faced by the people of the world, and to recognize that global moral strategic leadership requires of us the commitment to redress the wrongs and to take care of saving people and planet. But recognition of the need for the reset, while it is the first step in any issue, what is now also needed is eternal vigilance as our companion, so that as we take the steps to transform attitudes and institutions and rules, we will not succeed overnight. We will not succeed even in the next decade. But if we don't do the reset to change the legacy of centuries of exploitation and domination, we will not be fit for purpose to meet the needs of our people in the third decade of the 21st century. I can think, therefore, of no better way to conclude than with a song that I had cause to use almost 30 years ago from my own country. Song from Edwin Yearwood, when I first stood on this podium almost 30 years ago in 1995 as a young minister of youth. And I quote, "A voice in my head keeps talking to me. It tells me the road is long. It tells me we must be strong. Roll with the pain and roll with the strife, for today is the rest of the start of your life." Mr. President, may the new hope fostered here this week signal the start of a new deal for people who hitherto were not seen, and even with the existence of this body, whose voice and presence were not felt. These people have been recognized too often, and these countries, as mere statistics, and not with the human dignity that is their birthright, or the human dignity that is the conferred right from these United Nations. Mr. President, I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Tshering Tobgay, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring to you warm greetings from His Majesty the Druk Gyalpo. Excellencies, 53 years ago, on the 21st of September 1971, a small Himalayan kingdom was admitted to the United Nations. On that day, after centuries of self-imposed isolation, Bhutan became the 128th member of the United Nations. It was a defining moment for us. It was a defining moment for us when a small, poor, landlocked country nestled in the world's highest mountain joined the global community of nations. That same year, the United Nations created the least developed country category to provide targeted support to the world's poorest nations. Bhutan was among the first to be admitted in that list. Back then, our economy was primarily agrarian, operating largely on a barter system. Our per capita GDP income stood at just $215 US. Life expectancy was barely 40 years. Infant mortality was tragically high at 142 deaths for every 1,000 live births. And our literacy rate was woefully low. We had only, in fact, less than 300 students in the few scattered schools that had been established to provide modern education. Today, I stand before you with a story of transformation and progress. Our per capita GDP has risen to more than $3,500 US. Life expectancy has increased to 70 years. Infant mortality has plummeted to 15 deaths per 1,000 live births. And our literacy rate, it has climbed to 71%, with youth literacy skyrocketing to 99%. I am pleased to report to this august assembly that because of our all-round progress, last December, 52 years after joining the United Nations, Bhutan graduated from the LDC category. To achieve this achievement did not come easily. It was a journey marked by hard work, perseverance, and sacrifice. But we were not alone. We had the support of many friends who accompanied us on this important journey. I take this opportunity to extend our deep gratitude to the United Nations and its specialized agencies. I would also like to thank all our development partners, including Japan, the European Union, the World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank for their unwavering support. But most importantly, I would like to reserve our deepest thanks to India, our closest friend and neighbor. They have been with us from the very beginning of our development journey and have remained steadfast in their support and friendship. Excellencies, graduating from the LDC category is a significant milestone. But what truly matters is that we did it in our own terms. Under the leadership of our enlightened monarchs, Bhutan has pursued a development path grounded in the philosophy of gross national happiness. This approach places the happiness and well-being of our people at the center of our development agenda. Thanks to gross national happiness, our economy, while it is still small, is sustainable and inclusive. Healthcare and education are free for all. Our unique culture not only survives, but thrives. More than 72% of our land is under forest cover, and we are recognized as a biodiversity hotspot and a carbon-negative country. Our democracy, a gift from our king, has been embraced by a reluctant population. Excellencies, having graduated from the LDC category, it is now our responsibility to ensure that we sustain our hard-earned progress and that under no circumstances should we ever backslide. As we chart a new course for the future, we are faced with new challenges, particularly those arising from our weak economy. Foremost among them is youth unemployment. To address these challenges, we must strengthen our economy. We must provide our youth with meaningful opportunities to grow and to prosper. We must embrace a new development paradigm. In this context, I am pleased to report that His Majesty the King has announced the establishment of the Gaelifu Mindfulness City. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City is a transformative vision for future urban spaces, a blueprint for living mindfully and sustainably. Spanning 2,600 square kilometers of pristine forests and fertile farmlands, it will enable human innovation and natural ecosystems to thrive together while fostering human well-being, environmental sustainability, and mindful living. We invite thought leaders, innovators, and investors to join us in building this groundbreaking city, contributing to a model of peace, harmony, and progress that others can follow. Excellencies, Bhutan's story is one of hope, but it is also a call to action. More than 50 years have passed, and only 7 nations have graduated from the LDC category, leaving 46 countries still in need. This is unacceptable. The international community must intensify its efforts to ensure that no nation is left behind, that all LDC countries achieve graduation. To accomplish this, we must address poverty, inequality, and vulnerability with a renewed sense of urgency. The Pact for the Future, which we adopted collectively at the Summit of the Future, provides us with a roadmap to transform the lives of the world's most vulnerable. However, transforming the future requires that we also transform institutions shaping it. The United Nations must evolve to meet the realities of today's world. The Security Council as it stands is a relic of the past. We need a council that reflects the current geopolitical, economic landscape, and social realities. Bhutan has long advocated for the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective. For this, India, with its significant economic growth and population and leadership of the Global South, deserves a permanent seat at the Security Council. Similarly, Japan, a leading donor and peace builder, warrants permanent membership. Excellencies, in conclusion, let me reiterate our deep gratitude for the support we have received on Bhutan's journey to LDC graduation. Now we are committed to sustaining this progress, but we will need your continued support. In this regard, we invite your support and investment in initiatives like the Gelufu Mindfulness City. However, as we celebrate Bhutan's progress, we must also intensify our efforts to support other LDCs, ensuring that they too can achieve graduation. In this regard, the role of the United Nations is more critical than ever, reinforcing the imperative for multilateralism in addressing the global challenges we face. As we look to the future, I have the honor to close by repeating a profound message from His Majesty, our beloved King. I first did so 7 years ago, and I repeat, no nation today can stand alone in achievement. Time is slowly telling us that there can be no lasting individual success without success as a community. And there cannot be lasting national progress and success if it does not fit into a future of global peace, harmony, and equality. The world must progress together or fail together. Thank you, and Tashidile.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Xavier Espot Zamora, Head of the Government of the Principality of Andorra. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senyor President, senyor Secretari General, Excel·lències, senyores i senyors. Voldria iniciar aquesta intervenció felicitant Sa Excel·lència el senyor Philemon Yang per la seva elecció com a president de la 79a Assemblea General de les Nacions Unides. Li agraïm, senyor president, el lema que ha escollit, unitat en la diversitat per a l'avançament de la pau, el desenvolupament sostenible i de la dignitat humana per a tothom i arreu. Un lema amb el qual no podem estar més d'acord i que compartim plenament perquè el nostre país, el Principat d'Andorra, és l'evidència de la capacitat de les persones de perviure al llarg de gairebé 800 anys d'història de manera pacífica gràcies al respecte i a l'entesa en el si d'un territori que mai ha conegut guerres ni ha tingut exèrcits. Fins i tot en les èpoques més convulses del vell continent, Andorra ha estat un oasi de pau, de tolerància i de convivència. També vull adreçar un agraïment molt especial al secretari general, el senyor Antonio Guterres, per la seva perseverança, per anteposar sempre la conciliació i per ser una veu contundent a favor del respecte del dret internacional i de la lluita contra el canvi climàtic. En concret, vull fer una menció especial a l'impuls del secretari general a la Cimera del Futur, de la qual es desprèn el Pacte per al Futur que el meu país ha subscrit amb l'objectiu de reforçar el sistema multilateral i adoptar mesures concretes que ens permetin fer front als nous reptes i forjar un full de ruta per encarar els riscos existencials que amenacen la humanitat i la civilització i les condicions d'habitabilitat del planeta. Els nostres clàssics, que conformen la base de la cultura occidental, afirmen, i ho dic en present perquè els clàssics no moren mai, que tota paraula és vana i buida de contingut, tret que vagi acompanyada de fets. Importen, per damunt de tot, les obres i l'acció de les persones al llarg de la seva vida. Totes les civilitzacions són filles de les circumstàncies concretes que les han envoltat i molt sovint passen a la història per les seves conquestes. Però quina és la conquesta, quina és la vocació i quin és el llegat que deixarà aquesta civilització? O millor dit, quina és la conquesta, la vocació i el llegat que volem que deixi aquesta civilització? Senyores i senyors, avui des d'Occident oblidem sovint que la democràcia és quelcom que va molt més enllà de dipositar una papereta cada 4 o 5 anys, perquè el que sosté el concepte de democràcia són els valors que se'n desprenen, entre els quals hi ha la dignitat, la tolerància, la igualtat, la llibertat i el respecte, tant per a les persones com per a les nacions. Uns valors que aquesta mateixa Assemblea General es va encarregar de blindar fa 76 anys amb la Declaració Universal dels Drets Humans. Però sembla que l'esperit amb el qual es va forjar aquesta mateixa declaració com un símbol de la pau i de la dignitat després de 2 guerres mundials devastadores es va esvaint a poc. L'avenç dels posicionaments polítics extrems s'explica com la reacció davant d'un ordre que es percep com amenaçat. El sentiment de pèrdua d'un passat no gaire llunyà i molt millor que el present envaeix les generacions actuals i es reactiva amb la percepció que el canvi climàtic provocarà un empitjorament de les condicions de vida, que la globalització i els moviments migratoris ens dilueixen i despersonalitzen com a societat o que els infants, els adolescents i els joves d'avui viuran pitjor que els seus pares. Ens trobem, per tant, en un punt d'inflexió en què cal encarar realment aquest debat i aportar respostes concretes i efectives per contrarrestar, per evitar tot plegat. A les portes del 80è aniversari, les Nacions Unides han de continuar sent l'organització en majúscules d'aquest món, des d'on tots els estats que la integrem i li donem sentit remem en la mateixa direcció, que no és altra que donar una resposta efectiva als grans reptes del nostre temps per deixar un llegat esperançador a les generacions futures. Senyores i senyors, mai no havíem disposat de tantes eines per assolir la cooperació i el diàleg. Per tant, davant d'un escenari complex, des de la igualtat de les nacions hem de fer prevaldre la Carta de les Nacions Unides i enfortir els seus pilars, a través de la defensa dels drets humans i el dret internacional humanitari com a conjunt normatiu de relació entre els estats. La gravetat dels conflictes a Ucraïna, a Gaza, al Líban, al Sudan o d'altres que malauradament ja són permanents, com a la regió del Sahel, no ens poden deixar indiferents i cal fer una crida urgent per arribar a un dels objectius més nobles de la política, la pau. Hem d'unir-nos i saber trobar solucions als conflictes fora de la violència i els recursos militars. Per aquest motiu, fem una crida a les parts per treballar amb horitzons de pau, per tenir respecte i per acatar, com deia, les normes del dret internacional humanitari, perquè res no justifica els atacs que està patint la població civil, perquè res no justifica els atacs contra hospitals i escoles i perquè res no justifica que utilitzem la fam com una estratègia de guerra. Res no justifica tanta irracionalitat, una irracionalitat de la qual els nens i les nenes són les principals víctimes. En l'agenda internacional andorrana, la infància i l'adolescència ocupen un lloc molt destacat, perquè creiem fermament que són el present i el futur i, per tant, tota acció al seu favor esdevé estratègica per al desenvolupament de qualsevol país. Per aquest motiu, des d'un inici hem estat donant tot el nostre suport a l'oficina de la representant especial del secretari general per als infants i els conflictes armats i, més recentment, a l'estudi sobre l'impacte del canvi climàtic en els infants i els conflictes armats. I quan els preguntava a l'inici de la meva intervenció quina és la conquesta, quina és la vocació, el llegat que volem deixar, no hi ha d'haver dubte. Assegurar un món en pau per als infants i per als adolescents i aconseguir que les generacions futures no visquin pitjor, sinó que participin plenament del progrés, tal com ha quedat palès aquests dies a la cimera del futur. Excel·lències. L'any 1993 el nostre país va entrar a formar part de les Nacions Unides. Ens trobàvem en un context internacional força esperançador, amb una Europa reunificada després de la Guerra Freda. I quan vam fer el pas d'entrar a formar part d'aquesta organització, ho vam fer amb el convenciment que som una societat oberta al món que comparteix amb la comunitat internacional els reptes i les oportunitats globals. Perquè els problemes del món també són els nostres problemes i per això volíem i volem ser partícips de les solucions a aquests problemes. Han passat més de 3 dècades i malgrat que hagin tornat als fantasmes de la Guerra Freda, malgrat que el conflicte a l'Orient Mitjà hagi assolit una tensió sense precedents, malgrat que l'avenç dels extremismes sigui preocupant, el nostre país creu fermament en el concert de les nacions, en el compromís internacional i en el multilateralisme com els millors instruments, els únics instruments per resoldre tot plegat. Però Andorra també acorda una importància particular a la cooperació regional. I en aquest cas, amb la Unió Europea, qui ha negociat un acord d'associació que ens ha de permetre accedir de manera progressiva, de manera estructurada al mercat interior europeu i facilitar la diversificació de la nostra economia, així com participar en la construcció d'una realitat geogràfica, econòmica i política, en aquest cas la de la Unió Europea, des de l'estatus privilegiat d'estat associat. Quan Andorra assumeix una obligació, sigui esdevenint membre d'un organisme internacional o comprometent-se mitjançant un tractat internacional, és molt conscient de les seves implicacions. I la nostra dimensió, per molt petita que pugui semblar als ulls dels grans estats, no ens allunya d'objectius ambiciosos i cada dia més crucials com el multilateralisme, l'emergència climàtica, la igualtat de gènere, la transformació digital o la diversitat cultural. En aquest darrer àmbit, Andorra està orgullosa d'haver cofacilitat un any més la resolució sobre el multilingüisme a les Nacions Unides juntament amb Guatemala. Senyores i senyors, és cert que el canvi climàtic és una amenaça global, però també és ben cert que hi ha territoris que ens resulten més afectats que d'altres. Ho són aquelles regions on el nivell del mar augmenta i també els territoris de muntanya amb un ecosistema més vulnerable. I aquest és el nostre cas, el cas d'Andorra. El canvi climàtic pot arribar a modificar els nostres hàbits vitals i també l'economia del nostre país. Per aquest motiu, hem fet de la lluita contra el canvi climàtic una de les nostres més grans fites, tant a escala internacional com a escala nacional. Des de la ratificació el 2011 del Conveni Marc de les Nacions Unides sobre el canvi climàtic, Andorra ha complert les seves obligacions de comunicació sota els principis de transparència, coherència, comparabilitat, exhaustivitat i precisió, i ho ha fet anticipant-se més a les exigències del conveni. El 2015, Andorra va ser una de les parts pioneres del Conveni Marc a comunicar la seva contribució a escala nacional i a actualitzar-la el 2020 i el 2022 amb la finalitat d'incrementar els objectius a mitjà termini i assolir la neutralitat climàtica al 2050. El 2023 va ser el primer país del món en presentar l'informe bianual de transparència, demostrant així una vegada més la importància del compromís que mantenim amb la lluita contra el canvi climàtic. En l'àmbit nacional també hem fet grans esforços per implementar una nova política energètica amb l'objectiu d'augmentar progressivament la producció nacional d'energia renovable i substituir les fonts de producció de calor per sistemes menys contaminants. L'aposta per les energies renovables ha estat liderada des del sector públic amb un desplegament legislatiu molt ambiciós i importants ajudes i plans d'acció. Però saben que no servirà de res que fem tots aquests esforços si la resta de països no ens acompanyen, si no remem tots en una mateixa direcció, perquè la lluita contra el canvi climàtic és el repte global més urgent, de més envergadura i el que requereix més dosis de cooperació, de col·laboració, de generositat i de respecte. Senyores i senyors, hem travessat l'Equador i pràcticament ens situem a la recta final dels objectius de desenvolupament sostenible de l'Agenda 2030. I el balanç, a hores d'ara, és certament decebedor, tenint en compte que darrere d'aquests resultats hi ha milions de persones que en pateixen les conseqüències. Els objectius de desenvolupament sostenible són ambiciosos, però si els perseguim amb persistència, amb creativitat i amb innovació, podem aconseguir canvis verdaders amb la inclusió com a principi, fent de la igualtat de gènere una realitat, fent de la sostenibilitat una norma, fent de la protecció de la infància un principi inviolable i fent que les bretxes es tanquin per sempre. El poeta i novel·lista francès Louis Aragon va escriure que l'avenir de l'homme est la femme. Ho feia el 1963 a les portes de la irrupció de la igualtat jurídica plena entre dones i homes i va ser una autèntica declaració d'amor i d'admiració cap a la seva dona, cap a la seva musa. Encara ens queda un llarg recorregut per fer entendre a una part del món que quan les dones tenen les mateixes oportunitats per créixer, per aprendre, per manifestar-se, per treballar i per guanyar diners, tots, i dic bé tots, en sortim beneficiats. A Andorra, la igualtat, la no discriminació i la inclusió són transversals en les nostres polítiques públiques. Hem adoptat les mesures legislatives per establir els compromisos que ens permetin assolir plenament aquests objectius. És la conseqüència lògica d'una societat en què les dones han estat partícips i part molt activa en la cosa pública. Però més enllà de les polítiques públiques hi ha un element clau per a la transformació social, que és l'educació. Educar en la igualtat no és només ensenyar als nostres fills i a les nostres filles a respectar-se mútuament, és dotar-los de les eines necessàries per qüestionar les normes socials que perpetuen la desigualtat i per construir una societat on cada persona pugui desenvolupar el seu ple potencial independentment del seu gènere. Actualment, les nostres institucions exerceixen en paritat de gènere en les posicions de presa de decisions i per primer cop tenim l'honor de poder comptar amb una experta andorrana al Comitè per a l'Eliminació de la Discriminació envers la Dona de les Nacions Unides. Però la igualtat de gènere és un camí que requereix l'acció decidida i perseverant per part de totes i tots nosaltres. I com a representants dels nostres països respectius tenim l'obligació moral i política de promoure aquesta transformació. El nostre compromís ha de ser transformar la igualtat de gènere d'una aspiració llunyana a una realitat concreta en les nostres societats. Només així garantirem un futur millor per a les generacions que vindran. Excel·lències, l'accés a la informació està redefinint els paradigmes del creixement i del desenvolupament econòmic i social. A mesura que els serveis públics i el sector privat es traslladen al món digital, l'escletxa que separa els qui poden accedir-hi dels qui no serà cada cop més gran i perniciosa. El Pacte Digital Global, que vam adoptar a la Cimera del Futur, inclou accions per impulsar l'alfabetització digital i per assegurar un futur digital inclusiu, obert, segur i protegit. En aquest camp, el multilateralisme també té un paper crucial per facilitar les oportunitats i per garantir al mateix temps l'accessibilitat i la seguretat en aquest nou espai virtual de globalització. Per als estats de dimensió reduïda com el nostre, el potencial d'aquestes tecnologies pot aportar recursos amb un valor afegit exponencial. Conscients d'aquest escenari i amb una necessitat més que evident de diversificar la nostra economia, hem fet grans avenços en aquesta matèria. Actualment, un 96% de les llars andorranes disposen de connexió a internet i tenim al nostre abast una estratègia nacional de transformació digital que posa un èmfasi especial en garantir els drets digitals dels ciutadans i en donar compliment als objectius de desenvolupament sostenible 9, 16 i 17. Això inclou la creació d'un marc ètic i legal per preservar els drets digitals, la protecció de la privacitat i de la seguretat de les dades i el lliure accés a la informació en l'àmbit digital perquè volem que tothom tingui coneixement i accés a la dimensió digital i evitar així, com deia, situacions de desigualtat. Senyores i senyors, el Principat d'Andorra es va comprometre amb aquesta organització dels pobles i per als pobles fa més de 30 anys, amb l'esperança que un món millor és possible i amb el convenciment que el meu país, el Principat d'Andorra, des de la nostra petita dimensió, també podem fer coses grans i exemplars. Ens vam presentar al món com un país amb una llarga història que finalment havia trobat el seu lloc en la comunitat internacional, un país que s'obria al món amb esperit constructiu i tarannà pacífic i dialogant a favor de l'entesa i l'harmonia entre els pobles. I aquests valors són els que ens continuen guiant en els àmbits nacional i internacional. Cal que entre tots els pobles impulsem una nova cultura de la pau, basada en l'abolició de la guerra i en el compromís d'arribar a acords pacífics que solucionin els conflictes. Cal que el desenvolupament arribi a tots els racons del planeta, que respectin els drets fonamentals i que el nou univers digital estigui a mans del coneixement. Iniciava aquesta intervenció citant els clàssics i permeteu-me que acabi de la mateixa manera. Hi ha una obra fundadora de la literatura grega antiga i que ha impregnat des d'ençà la cultura occidental, de la qual resulta molt difícil oblidar-se. Parla de la conquesta i de la destrucció, de la cobdícia, de l'odi i de la compassió i de l'amor i la mort. La Ilíada d'Homer és, en certa manera, un mirall de la condició humana i, si bé evidencia que la vida no sempre és justa i obeeix a les arbitrarietats dels déus, en el fons també evidencia que les relacions humanes poden ser, si ho volem, profundament humanes en el millor sentit de la paraula. I aquest, penso jo, és el missatge que hem de fer nostre encara avui aquí. Hem de mantenir la fe en la humanitat i aspirar a construir entre totes i tots un món en pau i més just, solidari i inclusiu. Moltes gràcies.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of government of the Principality of Andorra. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
বিসমিল্লাহির রহমানির রহিম। মাননীয় সভাপতি, জাতিসংঘের সাধারণ পরিষদের সভাপতি নির্বাচিত হওয়ায় প্রথমেই আপনাকে আন্তরিক অভিনন্দন জানাচ্ছি। আমি আশ্বস্ত করছি যে আপনার এই দায়িত্ব পালনকালে বাংলাদেশ প্রতিনিধি দল আপনাকে পূর্ণাঙ্গ সহযোগিতা প্রদান করবে। জাতিসংঘের ম্যান্ডেটকে সমুন্নত রেখে বৈশ্বিক সংকটসমূহ নিরসনে মহাসচিব অ্যান্টোনিও গুতারেসের দৃঢ় প্রতিজ্ঞ সাফল্যমণ্ডিত নেতৃত্বের জন্য তাকেও জানাই আন্তরিক সাধুবাদ। সামিট অব দ্য ফিউচার আয়োজনে আমি মহাসচিবের দূরদর্শী ভূমিকার বিশেষ প্রশংসা করছি। সম্মেলনে যে প্যাক্ট ফর দ্য ফিউচার অ্যান্ড ডিক্লারেশন অন ফিউচার জেনারেশনস সর্বসম্মতভাবে গৃহীত হয়েছে, তা এজেন্ডা 2030 পরবর্তী বৈশ্বিক উন্নয়ন কর্মপন্থা নির্ধারণে বিশেষ সহায়ক হবে বলে আমি মনে করি। বাংলাদেশ বিশ্বাস করে যে এই সম্মেলনের অর্জন বৈশ্বিক সমৃদ্ধি অর্জনের জন্য আমাদের সবার অভিপ্রায় ও সহযোগিতা কাঠামো প্রণয়নে দিক নির্দেশক হিসেবে কাজ করবে। এই জুলাই আগস্ট মাসে বাংলাদেশে যে যুগান্তকারী পরিবর্তন সংগঠিত হয়েছে, তার প্রেক্ষিতেই আজ আমি বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায়ের এই মহান সংসদে উপস্থিত হতে পেরেছি। আমাদের গণমানুষের, বিশেষ করে তরুণ সমাজের অফুরন্ত শক্তি আমাদের বিদ্যমান রাষ্ট্র কাঠামো ও প্রাতিষ্ঠানিক আয়োজনগুলো আমূল রূপান্তরের এক নতুন সম্ভাবনার দ্বার উন্মোচন করেছে। আমাদের ছাত্র ও যুব সমাজের আন্দোলন প্রথম দিকে মূলত ছিল বৈষম্য বিরোধী আন্দোলন, পর্যায়ক্রমে তা গণ আন্দোলনের রূপ নিয়েছে। এরপর সারা পৃথিবী অবাক বিস্ময়ে দেখেছে কিভাবে সমগ্র বাংলাদেশের মানুষ একনায়কতন্ত্র, নিপীড়ন, বৈষম্য, অবিচার ও দুর্নীতির বিরুদ্ধে রাজপথ ও সামাজিক যোগাযোগের মাধ্যমে দৃঢ়ভাবে রুখে দাঁড়িয়েছিল। আমাদের ছাত্র জনতা তাদের অদম্য সংকল্প ও প্রত্যয়ের মাধ্যমে একটি স্বৈরাচারী ও অগণতান্ত্রিক শাসন ব্যবস্থা থেকে আমাদের মুক্তি এনে দিয়েছে। তাদের এই সংকল্পের মধ্যেই আমাদের দেশের ভবিষ্যৎ নিহিত। যা এই দেশকে বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায়ের মাঝে একটি দায়িত্বশীল জাতির মর্যাদায় উন্নত করবে বলে আমি বিশ্বাস করি। এই গণ আন্দোলন রাজনৈতিক অধিকার ও উন্নয়নের সুবিধাবঞ্চিত বাংলাদেশের আপামর জনসাধারণকে ঐক্যবদ্ধ করেছে। বাংলাদেশের মানুষ উন্নয়ন কর্মকাণ্ডকে অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক অংশীদারিত্ব রূপে দেখতে চেয়েছিল। আমাদের জনগণ একটা ন্যায্য অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক ও কার্যকর গণতন্ত্রের জন্য লড়াই করেছে, যার জন্য আমাদের নতুন প্রজন্ম জীবন উৎসর্গ করেছে। আমাদের এই তরুণীরা যে প্রজ্ঞা, সাহস ও প্রত্যয় দেখিয়েছে তা আমাদের অভিভূত করেছে, সারা বিশ্ববাসীকে অভিভূত করেছে। বন্দুকের গুলি উপেক্ষা করে বুক পেতে দাঁড়িয়ে গিয়েছিল আমাদের এই তরুণরা। অবৈধ রাষ্ট্র ক্ষমতার বিরুদ্ধে প্রবলভাবে সোচ্চার হয়েছিল আমাদের তরুণ তরুণীরা। স্কুল পড়ুয়া কিশোর কিশোরীরা তারা নিঃসঙ্গ চিত্তে উৎসর্গ করেছিল তাদের জীবন। শত শত মানুষ চিরতরে হারিয়েছে তাদের দৃষ্টিশক্তি। আমাদের মায়েরা, দিনমজুরেরা ও শহরের অগণিত মানুষ তাদের সন্তানদের কাঁধে কাঁধ মিলিয়ে নেমেছিল রাজপথে। তপ্ত রোদ, বৃষ্টি, মৃত্যু ভয়কে তোয়াক্কা না করে তারা সত্য ও ন্যায়সঙ্গত আকাঙ্ক্ষার বিরুদ্ধে দীর্ঘকালব্যাপী রাষ্ট্রযন্ত্রকে পরিচালনা করার অশুভ ষড়যন্ত্রকে পরাভূত করেছিল। জনগণের এই আন্দোলনে আমাদের জানা মতে প্রায় ৮০০-এরও বেশি জীবন আমরা হারিয়েছি স্বৈরাচারী শক্তির হাতে। উদারনীতি, বহুত্ববাদ ও ধর্মনিরপেক্ষতার উপর মানুষের গভীর বিশ্বাস থেকেই বাংলাদেশ রাষ্ট্রের অভ্যুদয় হয়েছিল। ১৯৭১ সালে যে মূল্যবোধকে বুকে ধারণ করে আমাদের গণমানুষ যুদ্ধ করেছিল, সেই মূল্যবোধকে বহু বছর পরে আবার জেনারেশন জি, যে প্রজন্ম জি, নতুনভাবে আমাদেরকে দেখতে শিখিয়েছে। এরকমটি আমরা দেখেছিলাম ১৯৫২ সালের ভাষা আন্দোলনে, বাংলাকে মাতৃভাষা হিসেবে প্রতিষ্ঠার সময়। বাংলাদেশের এই অভ্যুত্থান আগামী দিনগুলোতে বিশ্বের বিভিন্ন প্রান্তে মানুষকে মুক্তি ও ন্যায় বিচারের পক্ষে দাঁড়াতে প্রেরণা যোগাবে। আমাদের মুক্তি ও গণতান্ত্রিক আকাঙ্ক্ষাকে বাস্তবে রূপ দিতে আমি তাই আজ বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায়কে আমাদের নতুন বাংলাদেশের সঙ্গে সম্পৃক্ত হওয়ার উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, যে রাষ্ট্র কাঠামো দুঃসহ হয়ে গেছে তার পুনর্গঠনের জন্য আমাদের তরুণরা, দেশের আপামর জনসাধারণ একমত হয়ে আমার এবং আমার উপদেষ্টা পরিষদের উপর আস্থা রেখে সরকার পরিচালনার এক মহান দায়িত্ব আমাদের উপর ন্যস্ত করেছে। এই দায়িত্ব গ্রহণের পর আমরা গভীর বিস্ময় ও হতাশার সঙ্গে মুখোমুখিভাবে দেখতে পাচ্ছি কীভাবে সর্বগ্রাসী দুর্নীতি একটি কার্যকর গণতান্ত্রিক ব্যবস্থাকে ধ্বংসস্তূপে পরিণত করেছে, কিভাবে রাষ্ট্রের মূল প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলোকে নির্মমভাবে দলীয়করণের আবর্তে বন্দী করে রাখা হয়েছিল, কিভাবে জনগণের অর্থকে লুটপাট করা হয়েছিল, কিভাবে একটি বিশেষ স্বার্থান্বেষী গোষ্ঠী সমস্ত ব্যবসা বাণিজ্যকে অন্যায়ভাবে নিজেদের হাতে কুক্ষিগত করে দেশের সম্পদ অবাধে বিদেশে পাচার করে দিয়েছে। এক কথায়, কিভাবে প্রত্যেকটি পর্যায়ে ন্যায়, নীতি ও নৈতিকতা অদৃশ্য হয়ে গিয়েছিল। এরকম এক অবস্থার দেশকে পুনর্গঠন এবং জনগণের কাঙ্ক্ষিত রাষ্ট্র ব্যবস্থা প্রতিষ্ঠিত করার জন্য আমাদের উপর দায়িত্ব প্রদান করা হয়েছে। অতীতের ভুলগুলোকে সংশোধন করে একটা প্রতিযোগিতামূলক ও শক্তিশালী অর্থনীতি এবং ন্যায়ভিত্তিক সমাজ ব্যবস্থা গড়ে তোলাই এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের মূল লক্ষ্য। বর্তমান পরিবর্তিত পরিস্থিতিতে সকল রাজনৈতিক দল এখন স্বাধীনভাবে তাদের মতামত প্রকাশ করতে পারছে। যে সব ব্যক্তি বা প্রতিষ্ঠান রাষ্ট্রীয় কাজ ও সিদ্ধান্ত গ্রহণ করার প্রক্রিয়ায় সম্পৃক্ত, তাদের প্রত্যেকের জবাবদিহিতা নিশ্চিত করাই আমাদের অগ্রাধিকার। আমরা মানুষের মৌলিক অধিকারকে সমুন্নত ও সুরক্ষিত রাখতে দৃঢ়প্রতিজ্ঞ। আমাদের দেশের মানুষ মুক্তভাবে কথা বলবে, ভয়ভীতি ছাড়া সমাবেশ করবে, তাদের পছন্দের ব্যক্তিকে ভোট দিয়ে নির্বাচিত করবে, এটাই জাতির আকাঙ্ক্ষা এবং এটাই আমাদের লক্ষ্য। বিচার বিভাগের স্বাধীনতা সংরক্ষণ ও সাইবার ডোমেইন সহ গণমাধ্যমের স্বাধীনতা সুসংহতকরণে আমরা প্রতিজ্ঞাবদ্ধ। আমাদের একজন কৃষক বা একজন শ্রমিকের সন্তানও যেন সমাজের সর্বোচ্চ শিখরে পৌঁছতে পারে, সেই লক্ষ্যে বিশালকার অবকাঠামো নির্মাণের বদলে স্বাস্থ্য ও শিক্ষা খাতে বরাদ্দ বৃদ্ধির আমরা গুরুত্ব আরোপ করছি। রাষ্ট্র ব্যবস্থার সকল পর্যায়ে সুশাসন ফিরিয়ে আনাই আমাদের অভীষ্ট। বাংলাদেশে যেসব আন্তর্জাতিক, আঞ্চলিক এবং দ্বিপাক্ষিক চুক্তির পক্ষভুক্ত, সেগুলো প্রতিপালনে আমাদের সরকার বদ্ধপরিকর। জাতিসংঘ সহ বহুপাক্ষিক বিশ্ব কাঠামোতে বাংলাদেশের সক্রিয় অংশগ্রহণ ও অবদান অব্যাহত থাকবে। পারস্পরিক শ্রদ্ধাবোধ, মর্যাদা ও স্বার্থরক্ষণের ভিত্তিতে বাংলাদেশ বিশ্বের সকল রাষ্ট্রের সাথে বন্ধুত্বপূর্ণ সম্পর্ক বজায় রাখবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, গত 7 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে আমাদের সরকার বিভিন্ন গুরুত্বপূর্ণ পদক্ষেপ গ্রহণ করেছে। আমাদের অনুরোধে সাড়া দিয়ে জাতিসংঘের মানবাধিকার বিষয়ক হাই কমিশনার বাংলাদেশের গণ আন্দোলনকালে সংগঠিত মানবাধিকার লঙ্ঘনের বিষয়ে বিস্তৃত অনুসন্ধান এবং এইসব বিষয়ে ঘটনার পুনরাবৃত্তি রোধে পরামর্শ প্রদানের জন্য একটা ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিশন গঠন এবং তার কাজ শুরু করার জন্য দ্রুত বাংলাদেশে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে। আমি তাকে বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে অশেষ ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। দায়িত্বভার গ্রহণের 2 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে আমরা গুম প্রতিরোধে যে আন্তর্জাতিক কনভেনশন রয়েছে তাতে যোগদান করেছি। এর আশু বাস্তবায়নের জন্য প্রয়োজনীয় দেশীয় আইন ও বিধি প্রণয়নে আমরা এখন প্রক্রিয়া শুরু করেছি। বাংলাদেশে গত 1.5 দশকে যে সমস্ত গুমের অভিযোগ রয়েছে সেগুলো তদন্ত করার জন্য একটি তদন্ত কমিশন এই মুহূর্তে কর্মরত আছে। মানুষের আস্থা, আত্মবিশ্বাস ফিরিয়ে আনতে এবং নির্মম অতীত যেন আর ফিরে না আসে কোনোদিন, সেই জন্য আমরা কিছু সুনির্দিষ্ট খাতে সংস্কারকে অগ্রাধিকার দিয়েছি। সেই লক্ষ্যে আমরা বিদ্যমান নির্বাচন ব্যবস্থা, সংবিধান, বিচার ব্যবস্থা, জনপ্রশাসন, আইন শৃঙ্খলা ব্যবস্থা সংস্কারের জন্য স্বাধীন কমিশন গঠন করেছি। সংবাদপত্র ও গণমাধ্যমের সংস্কারের জন্যও পৃথক কমিশন সহ আরও কয়েকটি বিশেষ বিষয়ে কমিশন গঠন প্রক্রিয়াধীন রয়েছে। ব্যবসা বাণিজ্যে অনুকূল পরিবেশ সৃষ্টির লক্ষ্যে আমরা ব্যাংক ও আর্থিক খাতের ব্যাপক সংস্কারের উদ্যোগ গ্রহণ করেছি। কোনো বিদেশি ব্যবসা বা বিনিয়োগ যেন ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত না হয় তা নিশ্চিত করতে আমরা বদ্ধপরিকর। এইসব সংস্কার যেন টেকসই হয়, দীর্ঘমেয়াদে নিশ্চিত করতে এবং অবাধ ও নিরপেক্ষ অংশগ্রহণপূর্বক নির্বাচনের জন্য উপযোগী পরিবেশ সৃষ্টি করতে আমরা কাজ করে যাচ্ছি। গণতন্ত্র, আইনের শাসন, সমতা, সমৃদ্ধি অর্জনের মাধ্যমে একটি ন্যায়ভিত্তিক সমাজ হিসেবে আত্মপ্রকাশের অভিপ্রায় বাস্তবায়নে আমি বাংলাদেশের প্রতি আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের সমর্থন ও গভীরতর সম্পর্ক গঠন করার জন্য আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, বাংলাদেশ মনে করে যে শান্তি রক্ষা ও সংঘাত মোকাবেলা জনগণের সমৃদ্ধি নিশ্চিত করার মূল চালিকা শক্তি। সাম্প্রতিক বিপ্লবকালে আমাদের ইতিহাসের সবচেয়ে কঠিনতম সময়ে জনগণের মুক্তির আকাঙ্ক্ষা পূরণে তাদের পাশে দৃঢ়ভাবে দাঁড়িয়ে আমাদের সাহসী সশস্ত্র বাহিনীসমূহ আরও একবার শান্তির প্রতি তাদের অঙ্গীকার প্রমাণ করেছে। এটা সম্ভব হয়েছে শান্তি রক্ষায় আমাদের অঙ্গীকারের কেন্দ্রবিন্দুতে মানবাধিকারকে স্থান দেওয়ার ফলে। জাতিসংঘের পিস বিল্ডিং কমিশনের সূচনা লগ্ন থেকেই শান্তি রক্ষার মতো শান্তি বিনির্মাণেও বাংলাদেশ সমান অঙ্গীকার ব্যক্ত করে এসছে। আমাদের দিনগুলোতে আমরা জাতিসংঘের শান্তি রক্ষা কার্যক্রমে আমাদের মূল্যবোধ ভিত্তিক অবদানের ধারাবাহিকতা রক্ষা, সমুন্নত ও প্রসারিত করতে বদ্ধপরিকর। জাতিসংঘের শান্তিরক্ষা কার্যক্রমে অবদানকারী তৃতীয় বৃহত্তম রাষ্ট্র হিসেবে বাংলাদেশ এখন পর্যন্ত ৪৩টি দেশে ৬৩টি মিশনে শান্তিরক্ষী প্রেরণ করেছে। বসনিয়া থেকে শুরু করে কঙ্গো পর্যন্ত বিশ্বের বিভিন্ন প্রান্তে এসব মিশনে দায়িত্ব পালনকালে ১৬৮ জন বাংলাদেশি শান্তিরক্ষী নিজেদের জীবন বিসর্জন দিয়েছে। আমরা আশা করি যে কোনো অবস্থায় নানা প্রতিকূলতা সত্ত্বেও জাতিসংঘের ভবিষ্যৎ শান্তিরক্ষী কার্যক্রমগুলোতে বাংলাদেশের প্রতিরক্ষা বাহিনীর সদস্যরা একইভাবে অবদান রাখার সুযোগ পাবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমাদের সকলের বাসস্থান এই পৃথিবী বৈশ্বিক অগ্রাধিকারগুলোকে সঠিকভাবে নির্ণয় করতে আগ্রহী। জলবায়ু পরিবর্তন আমাদের সকলের অস্তিত্বের প্রতি হুমকি স্বরূপ। এই গ্রীষ্মে সর্বকালের রেকর্ড ভঙ্গকারী তাপদাহ আমাদের জলবায়ুজনিত পরিবর্তনের কথা স্পষ্টভাবে স্মরণ করিয়ে দিয়েছে। আমাদের যা প্রয়োজন তা হলো জলবায়ু সম্পর্কিত ন্যায় বিচার, যাতে করে দায়িত্বজ্ঞানহীন সিদ্ধান্ত, উদাসীন আচরণ কিংবা এর মাধ্যমে সাধিত ক্ষতির বিষয়ে যারা সংশ্লিষ্ট তাদের দায়বদ্ধ করা যায়। জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনজনিত দীর্ঘমেয়াদী প্রভাবগুলো অপূরণীয় ক্ষতির কারণ হয়ে দাঁড়িয়েছে। আমরা জীব বৈচিত্র্য হারিয়ে ফেলছি, প্যাথোজেনের পরিবর্তনের ফলে নতুন রোগ বাড়ছে, কৃষিক্ষেত্রে চাপ বাড়ছে ক্রমাগতভাবে, পানি সম্পদ ঝুঁকিতে ফেলছে আমাদের বাসযোগ্যতাকে, সমুদ্র পৃষ্ঠের উচ্চতা বৃদ্ধি এবং লবণাক্ততা আমাদের ক্ষতি করছে প্রতিনিয়ত। ঘূর্ণিঝড়ের সংখ্যা ও মাত্রা বৃদ্ধির কারণে যেই ক্ষতি হচ্ছে তাকে উপেক্ষা করার সুযোগ নেই। ক্ষুদ্র কৃষক, প্রান্তিক পর্যায়ে জীবিকা অন্বেষণকারীরা জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনজনিত ঝুঁকির মুখোমুখি হচ্ছে সবচেয়ে বেশি। আমি আজ এই বিশ্ব সভায় যখন কথা বলছি তখন বাংলাদেশের পূর্বাঞ্চলে ৫০ লাখেরও অধিক মানুষ তাদের জীবদ্দশায় হওয়ার সবচেয়ে ভয়াবহ বন্যা মোকাবেলা করে যাচ্ছে। মহাসচিব গুতেরেস আমাদেরকে দেখিয়েছেন যে বিদ্যমান পরিক্রমা অব্যাহত থাকলে বিশ্বের গড় তাপমাত্রা ২.৭ ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস বৃদ্ধির দিকে অগ্রসর হতে থাকবে। তাই বাংলাদেশের মতো জলবায়ু ঝুঁকিতে থাকা দেশগুলোতে অভিযোজনের জন্য ব্যাপক বিনিয়োগের আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। এছাড়াও উদ্ভাবনী শক্তির প্রয়োগ, অতিরিক্ত অর্থায়নের মাধ্যমে লস অ্যান্ড ড্যামেজ ফান্ডকে কার্যকর করা আমাদের জন্য অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। একইভাবে আমাদের প্রয়োজন প্রযুক্তির সহজলভ্যতা, সক্ষমতা বৃদ্ধি। নির্দিষ্ট করে বললে আমাদের দরকার জীবন রক্ষাকারী প্রযুক্তি, বিশেষত কৃষি, পানি এবং জনস্বাস্থ্য খাতে, যেখানে ক্ষুদ্র ক্ষুদ্র উদ্ভাবন এবং সমাধানসমূহ ঝুঁকিতে থাকা জনগোষ্ঠীকে রক্ষা করতে পারে। জলবায়ু সংকটের মোকাবেলা এবং বৈশ্বিক অর্থনীতি সুসংহতকরণে আমাদের যুগপথভাবে কাজ করতে হবে। বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায় এখন কার্বন মুক্ত পৃথিবী গড়ে তুলতে মনোযোগী হচ্ছে। বিশ্বের অধিকাংশ মানুষকে এই ধরনের পরিবর্তনের সুফলভোগী করতে হলে নেট জিরো পৃথিবীর দিকে আমাদেরকে অগ্রসর হতে হবে। বাংলাদেশের মতো দেশগুলোকে সাথে নিয়ে যেতে হবে তা না হলে পারস্পরিক দায়িত্ববোধের মাধ্যমে পারস্পরিক সমৃদ্ধি অর্জনে আমাদের সার্বজনীন অঙ্গীকার পূরণে পিছিয়ে পড়ব আমরা। এই ক্ষেত্রে আমি বিশ্বাস করি সমগ্র বিশ্ব একসাথে 3-0 লক্ষ্য অর্জনের ধারণা বিবেচনা করে দেখতে পারে, যার মাধ্যমে আমরা শূন্য দারিদ্র, শূন্য বেকারত্ব এবং শূন্য নেট কার্বন নিঃসরণ অর্জন করতে পারি, যেখানে পৃথিবীর প্রতিটি তরুণ তরুণী চাকরি প্রার্থী না হয়ে বরং উদ্যোক্তা হিসেবে নিজেকে প্রতিষ্ঠিত করার সুযোগ পাবে। তারা যেন এই সম্পদের সীমাবদ্ধতা সত্ত্বেও নিজ নিজ সৃজনশীলতার বিকাশ করতে পারে, যেখানে একটি ব্যবসায়িক উদ্যোগ সামাজিক সুফল, অর্থনৈতিক মুনাফা এবং প্রকৃতির প্রতি দায়িত্বশীলতার মধ্যে একটি চমৎকার ভারসাম্য আনতে পারে, যেখানে সামাজিক ব্যবসার মাধ্যমে যে কোনো ব্যক্তি ভোগবাদী জীবনধারা থেকে উত্তরণ করে সামাজিক ও অর্থনৈতিক পরিবর্তনের সৃজনশীল শক্তি হিসেবে নিজেকে প্রতিষ্ঠিত করতে পারে। এই সময়ে তাই প্রয়োজন উন্নত উন্নয়নশীল সকল দেশসমূহ এবং বিভিন্ন অংশীদারদের মধ্যে নতুন দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি, নতুন মূল্যবোধ এবং নতুন একতা। সামগ্রিকভাবে এই লক্ষ্য অর্জনে জাতিসংঘ ব্যবস্থা, জাতীয় আঞ্চলিক পর্যায়ে সরকারসমূহ, সকল ব্যবসা প্রতিষ্ঠান, বেসরকারি অংশীজন এবং দাতব্য সংস্থাগুলোকে একসঙ্গে কাজ করতে হবে। আমাদের অর্থনৈতিক কাঠামোতে সামাজিক ব্যবসাকে স্থান দিলেই নিচের অর্ধেকাংশ মানুষের জীবনে তা বিরাট পরিবর্তন আনতে পারে। এই পদক্ষেপ একই সঙ্গে জলবায়ুর ধ্বংসাত্মক গতিকে সফলভাবে রোধ করতে পারে এবং বাজার ব্যবস্থার মাধ্যমেই এই মীমাংসা হতে পারে। এ বিষয়ে আমি মহাসচিব গুতেরেসের বিশেষ দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, বহুমুখী সংকটে জর্জরিত বর্তমান বিশ্বে যুদ্ধ এবং সংঘাতের ফলে ব্যাপক ভিত্তিতে মানুষের অধিকার খর্ব হচ্ছে। বিশ্ববাসীর উদ্বেগ এবং নিন্দা সত্ত্বেও গাজায় গণহত্যা থামছে না। ফিলিস্তিনের মতো বিদ্যমান বাস্তবতা কেবল আরব কিংবা মুসলমানদের জন্যই উদ্বেগজনক নয়, বরং তা সমগ্র মানব জাতির জন্যই উদ্বেগের বিষয়। একজন মানুষ হিসেবে প্রত্যেক ফিলিস্তিনির জীবন অমূল্য। ফিলিস্তিনের জনগণের বিরুদ্ধে যে মানবতা বিরোধী অপরাধ হচ্ছে তার জন্য সংশ্লিষ্ট সকলকে দায়বদ্ধ করতে হবে। ফিলিস্তিনের জনগণের উপর চলমান নৃশংসতা, বিশেষত নারী এবং শিশুদের সাথে প্রতিনিয়ত যে নিষ্ঠুরতা বিশ্ব দেখাচ্ছে, তা থেকে নিস্তারের জন্য বাংলাদেশ অনতিবিলম্বে সম্পূর্ণ যুদ্ধবিরতির আহ্বান জানাচ্ছে। দ্বিরাষ্ট্রভিত্তিক সমাধানেই মধ্যপ্রাচ্যে টেকসই শান্তি আনতে পারবে। তাই জাতিসংঘ সহ আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের সকলকে এর বাস্তবায়নের জন্য এখনই উদ্যোগ নিতে আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। গত 2.5 বছর ধরে ইউক্রেনে চলমান যুদ্ধে বহু মানুষ প্রাণ হারিয়েছে। এই যুদ্ধের প্রভাব সর্বব্যাপী, এমনকি বাংলাদেশের অর্থনীতিতেও এর নেতিবাচক প্রভাব আমরা অনুভব করছি। আমরা তাই উভয় পক্ষকে সংলাপে বসে বিরোধ নিরসনের মাধ্যমে যুদ্ধের অবসান ঘটানোর আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, বাংলাদেশ গত 7 বছর যাবৎ মায়ানমার হতে আগত 12 লাখেরও বেশি রোহিঙ্গাদের মানবিক কারণে আশ্রয় দিয়ে আসছে। এর ফলে আমরা বিরাট সামাজিক, অর্থনৈতিক, পরিবেশগত ক্ষতির সম্মুখীন হচ্ছি। মায়ানমারের অভ্যন্তরীণ সমস্যা থেকে সৃষ্ট এই সংকট বাংলাদেশ ও আমাদের অঞ্চলের জন্য প্রথাগত ও অপ্রথাগত উভয় ধরনের নিরাপত্তা ঝুঁকির কারণ হয়ে দাঁড়িয়েছে। মায়ানমার থেকে বাংলাদেশে বলপূর্বক বাস্তুচ্যুত রোহিঙ্গাদের সহায়তা করতে আমরা অঙ্গীকারবদ্ধ। আমরা রোহিঙ্গাদের জন্য মানবিক সহায়তা কার্যক্রম চালু রাখা এবং তাদের টেকসই প্রত্যাবর্তন নিশ্চিত করার উদ্দেশ্যে আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের পর্যাপ্ত সহায়তা অব্যাহত রাখার আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। রোহিঙ্গাদের সাথে সংগঠিত হওয়া ব্যাপক ভিত্তিক মানবাধিকার লঙ্ঘনের জন্য আন্তর্জাতিক বিচার আদালত এবং আন্তর্জাতিক অপরাধ আদালতে চলমান বিচার প্রক্রিয়ার মাধ্যমে ন্যায় বিচার নিশ্চিত করাও সমানভাবে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। রোহিঙ্গারা যাতে নিজ দেশে স্বাধীন এবং মর্যাদাপূর্ণ জীবনযাপন করতে পারে সেই লক্ষ্যে অনুকূল পরিবেশ তৈরিতে জাতিসংঘ অন্যান্য আন্তর্জাতিক প্রতিষ্ঠানের ধারাবাহিক প্রচেষ্টার প্রশংসা দাবিদার। এই লক্ষ্যে রোহিঙ্গারা যাতে পর্যাপ্ত নিরাপত্তা ও অধিকার নিশ্চিত করে তাদের নিজ ভূমি রাখাইনে ফিরে যেতে পারে তার পথ সুগম করা অত্যন্ত দরকার। মায়ানমারে প্রতিনিয়ত পরিবর্তনশীল অবস্থা বিবেচনায় রেখে বাংলাদেশ আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের সাথে একযোগে রোহিঙ্গাদের নিজ দেশে মর্যাদাপূর্ণ টেকসই প্রত্যাবর্তনের জন্য পরিবেশ সৃষ্টিতে কাজ করতে প্রস্তুত। মাননীয় সভাপতি, রাজনৈতিক মুক্তি এবং সামাজিক অর্থনৈতিক জাগরণ ব্যতীত শান্তি ও নিরাপত্তা নিশ্চিতে সাফল্য অর্জন করা সম্ভব নয়। প্রায় এক দশক পূর্বে বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায় সর্বসম্মতক্রমে এজেন্ডা 2030 প্রণয়ন করেছিল। আমরা সবাই আমাদের সামষ্টিক আকাঙ্ক্ষা ও বিশ্বাস অর্পণ করেছি এই সার্বজনীন টেকসই উন্নয়ন অভিষ্টগুলো অর্জনে। সার্বিকভাবে মাত্র 17% ও কম লক্ষ্যমাত্রা অর্জন হয়েছে। স্পষ্টতই এই ক্ষেত্রে অনেক উন্নয়নশীল রাষ্ট্র আরও পিছিয়ে আছে। উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলোকে এসডিজি অর্থায়নে বছরে প্রায় 2.5 থেকে 4 ট্রিলিয়ন মার্কিন ডলারের সমান ঘাটতি মোকাবেলা করতে হচ্ছে। উন্নয়নশীল বিশ্বের ঋণের বোঝা, ক্ষয়িষ্ণু আর্থিক সক্ষমতা এবং জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের ক্ষতিকর প্রভাবের কারণে বাংলাদেশের মতো দেশগুলিতে বেশি ঝুঁকিতে রয়েছে। আমরা আশা করি উন্নয়নের জন্য অর্থায়ন সংক্রান্ত চতুর্থ আন্তর্জাতিক সম্মেলনে এই ধরনের জটিল এবং কাঠামোগত সমস্যাগুলোর দিকে নজর দেওয়া হবে। বহুপাক্ষিক আর্থিক প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলোকে এমন অভিন্ন লক্ষ্যে নিয়ে যাওয়ার কাজ করতে হবে যাতে সকল রাষ্ট্র সমানভাবে সম্পদ ও সুযোগের ব্যবহার করতে পারে। তারা নিজেদের কর্মসূচিতে সামাজিক ব্যবসাকে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভূমিকা দিতে পারে যাতে নিম্ন আয়ের দেশগুলোর বাস্তবতাকে বিশেষভাবে মোকাবেলা করা যায়, যা ব্যবসায়ী উদ্যোগ এবং ব্যক্তির সৃজনশীলতাকে উদ্বুদ্ধ করে, যা বঞ্চিত জনগোষ্ঠীকে বিশালভাবে সহায়তা করে। এই ক্ষেত্রে অবৈধ অর্থের প্রবাহ এবং উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলো থেকে সম্পদ পাচার বন্ধ করা অত্যন্ত আবশ্যক। উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলো থেকে পাচার হয়ে যাওয়া সম্পদ ফেরত আনার জন্য আন্তর্জাতিক সহযোগিতা জোরদার করতে হবে। আমরা আশা করি কর ফাঁকি রোধে আন্তর্জাতিক কর কনভেনশন অতি শীঘ্রই গৃহীত হবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমরা যে নিবিড়ভাবে সংযুক্ত বিশ্বে বসবাস করছি সেখানে অভিবাসন এবং মানুষের অবাধ প্রবাহ এক অলঙ্ঘনীয় বাস্তবতা। বাংলাদেশি নাগরিকরা প্রতিনিয়ত বিভিন্ন দেশে অভিবাসী হিসেবে যাচ্ছেন। তারা বিভিন্ন দেশে তাদের কর্মসংস্থানের সন্ধানে আছেন। বিশ্বের বিভিন্ন প্রান্তে এই মুহূর্তে প্রায় 1.5 কোটি প্রবাসী বাংলাদেশি আছেন। সকলের জন্য অভিবাসনের উপযোগিতা নিশ্চিত করতে বিশ্ব সমাজকে নিরাপদ, সুশৃঙ্খল এবং নিয়মিত মর্যাদাপূর্ণ অভিবাসনের পথ সুগম করতে হবে। আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়কে অভিবাসীদের মানবাধিকার এবং তাদের প্রতি মানবিক আচরণ নিশ্চিত করতে হবে। অভিবাসনের উপর 2018 সালে যে গ্লোবাল কম্প্যাক্ট অন মাইগ্রেশন গৃহীত হয়েছে তার পূর্ণ বাস্তবায়নে বাংলাদেশ প্রতিশ্রুতিবদ্ধ এবং একই সাথে অনিরাপদ অভিবাসন রোধেও আমরা বদ্ধপরিকর। মাননীয় সভাপতি, প্রতি বছর প্রায় 25 লক্ষ তরুণ তরুণী বাংলাদেশের শ্রমবাজারে যুক্ত হচ্ছেন। বাংলাদেশের বিপুল জনশক্তির প্রায় 2/3 তরুণ। এই জনশক্তিকে বর্তমান ও আগামীর জন্য গড়ে তোলা বাংলাদেশের জন্য একটা বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ। ক্রমপরিবর্তনশীল কর্মজগতে একজন তরুণকে প্রতিনিয়ত নতুন দক্ষতা অর্জন করতে হয়। এই কর্মপরিবেশের সাথে মানিয়ে নেওয়া শিখতে হয়। এই জন্য বাংলাদেশ যখন মধ্যম আয়ের দেশ হিসেবে উন্নতি হচ্ছে, তখন আমরা শিক্ষা এবং প্রযুক্তিগত সহায়তা লাভের উপর বিশেষ জোর দিচ্ছি। এবার কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার বিষয়ে আসি। কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার অভাবনীয় বিকাশ এবং এর বহুমাত্রিক প্রয়োগে বাংলাদেশ বিশেষভাবে আগ্রহী। আমাদের তরুণ সমাজ জেনারেটিভ আর্টিফিশিয়াল ইন্টেলিজেন্সের সম্ভাবনা নিয়ে উচ্ছ্বসিত। একজন বিশ্ব নাগরিক হিসেবে তারাও চায় নতুন পৃথিবীতে নিয়োজিত হতে, কর্মক্ষম হিসেবে নিজেকে গড়ে তুলতে। বাংলাদেশের মতো বৃহৎ তরুণ জনগোষ্ঠীর দেশ যাতে কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার প্রয়োগজনিত অর্জিত সুফল থেকে পিছিয়ে না পড়ে, বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায়কে তা নিশ্চিত করতে হবে। একই সঙ্গে নিশ্চিত করতে হবে যেন কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার কারণে কর্মক্ষেত্রে মানুষের চাহিদা ক্রমাগতভাবে সংকুচিত হয়ে না যায়। এই প্রসঙ্গে আমি উল্লেখ করি যে আমরা ভিন্ন একটা ইন্টেলিজেন্স, অটোনোমাস ইন্টেলিজেন্স, অর্থাৎ যে কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তা নিজেই নিজের কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তাকে সম্প্রসারিত করতে পারে মানুষের কোনো হস্তক্ষেপ ছাড়াই, তার ব্যাপারে আমরা বৈজ্ঞানিকদের দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করতে চাই। তারা যেন এই ক্ষেত্রে অগ্রসর হওয়ার আগে মানুষের উপরের প্রভাব সম্বন্ধে নিশ্চিত হয়ে অগ্রসর হন। আমাদের ধারণা অটোনোমাস ইন্টেলিজেন্স মানুষের অস্তিত্বকে বিপন্ন করে তুলতে পারে, কাজে এই ব্যাপারে আমাদের সম্পূর্ণ সজাগ থাকতে হবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমাদের আসলে দরকার নতুন ধরনের সহযোগিতা কাঠামো, যেখানে বৈশ্বিক ব্যবসা ও জ্ঞানের অধিকারী গোষ্ঠী মানুষের চাহিদাগুলোকে যথাযথভাবে অনুধাবন করবে। আন্তর্জাতিক সহযোগিতার মাধ্যমে উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলোর জন্য এমন একটি রূপান্তরকারী ব্যবস্থা তৈরি করতে হবে যা কর্মসংস্থান, আর্থসামাজিক প্রতিকূলতা বা জীবিকার জন্য যুৎসয় সমাধান নিশ্চিত করবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমাদের প্রচেষ্টা, সক্ষমতা এবং সম্পদ একত্রীকরণের মাধ্যমে সকলের সামর্থ্য, উদ্ভাবনী শক্তি এবং সমৃদ্ধিকে কাজে লাগাতে হবে। আর্থসামাজিক উন্নয়ন এবং জলবায়ু সহনশীলতা নিয়ে আমরা প্রতিনিয়ত যে প্রতিকূলতার সম্মুখীন হচ্ছি, সম্মিলিত উদ্যোগের মাধ্যমে তার মোকাবেলা করতে হবে। বৈশ্বিক দক্ষিণের দেশগুলোকে অনন্য অর্থনৈতিক এবং সামাজিক প্রেক্ষাপটে দক্ষিণ দক্ষিণ এবং ত্রিভুজীয় সহযোগিতা এই ক্ষেত্রে বিশেষভাবে সহায়ক হতে পারে বলে আমি মনে করি। বৈশ্বিক দক্ষিণের আওয়াজকে বিশ্বব্যাপী জোরালোভাবে তুলে ধরার জন্য প্রয়োজন সম্মিলিত উদ্যোগ। সেজন্য বৈশ্বিক এজেন্ডা প্রণয়ন ও বাস্তবায়ন নিশ্চিত করতে বৈশ্বিক দক্ষিণের দেশগুলোর মতামতকে যথাযথ গুরুত্বের সাথে বিবেচনা করতে হবে। জনাব সভাপতি, কোভিড অতিমারির অভিজ্ঞতায় আমরা দেখেছি জনস্বাস্থ্যে ব্যাপক বিনিয়োগ কতটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ হতে পারে। বিশ্ব স্বাস্থ্য সংস্থায় বৈশ্বিক অতিমারি চুক্তির চলমান আলোচনায় বাংলাদেশ নেতৃত্ব প্রদান করে চলেছে। আমরা চাই কার্যকর আন্তর্জাতিক সহযোগিতা, জনস্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থায় অর্থায়ন, প্রযুক্তি হস্তান্তর, গবেষণা ও উন্নয়ন, ভ্যাকসিন থেরাপিউটিক্সের উৎপাদন, বহুমুখীকরণ এবং সকল ভ্যাকসিনকে মেধাস্বত্ব অধিকার মুক্ত ঘোষণা করার ব্যাপারে ঐক্যমত্য গঠন। অসংক্রামক রোগসমূহের বিরুদ্ধে লড়াইয়ে এই বিষয়গুলি অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। জনাব সভাপতি, এবছর আমরা জাতিসংঘের সাথে বাংলাদেশের অংশীদারিত্বের সুবর্ণ জয়ন্তী উদযাপন করছি। গত 50 বছর ছিল আমাদের জন্য একটা পারস্পরিক শিক্ষণীয় সম্মিলিত যাত্রা। সীমিত উপায়ে বাংলাদেশ বৈশ্বিক শান্তি ও নিরাপত্তা, ন্যায়, সমতা, মানবাধিকার প্রতিষ্ঠায় ধারাবাহিকভাবে অবদান রেখে আসছে। আমাদের সমন্বিত প্রয়াসের পেছনে আছে সত্যিকার অর্থে একটি নিয়মভিত্তিক বৈশ্বিক ব্যবস্থা গড়ে তোলা। এই প্রসঙ্গে উদাহরণ হিসেবে আমি স্মরণ করছি 1999 সালে জাতিসংঘ সাধারণ পরিষদে ক্ষুদ্র ঋণের উপর গৃহীত রেজুলেশনের কথা। সেই সময় জাতিসংঘ 2005 সালকে ইয়ার অফ মাইক্রোক্রেডিট ঘোষণা করেছিল, যার ফলে ক্ষুদ্র ঋণ বিশ্বব্যাপী সম্প্রসারিত হবার সুযোগ পেয়েছিল। একই সময়ে বাংলাদেশের উদ্যোগে গঠিত হয়েছিল ফ্রেন্ডস অব মাইক্রোক্রেডিট। 2001 সাল থেকে সাধারণ পরিষদে কালচার অফ পিস সংক্রান্ত বাৎসরিক যে রেজলিউশন গৃহীত হয়ে আসছে, বা নিরাপত্তা পরিষদে নারী, শান্তি ও নিরাপত্তা সংক্রান্ত যে 1325 নম্বর রেজলিউশন গৃহীত হয়েছিল, তা বাংলাদেশের বিশ্বজনীন উদ্যোগগুলোর প্রতিফলন এবং অবদান। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আজ এই মহান বিশ্বসভায় বিশ্ব নেতৃবৃন্দের উপস্থিতিতে প্রতিধ্বনিত হচ্ছে শান্তি, নিরাপত্তা, ন্যায় বিচার প্রতিষ্ঠা এবং সম্পদের সুষম বন্টনের মাধ্যমে সকলের অন্তর্ভুক্তি নিশ্চিত করার আহ্বান। সদস্য রাষ্ট্র হিসেবে আমাদের প্রত্যেককে আজ গভীরভাবে অনুধাবন করতে হবে কিভাবে আমরা নারী, পুরুষ সকলের জন্য ও আগামীর দিনগুলোতে উদ্যোক্তা হবার সমান সুযোগ সৃষ্টি এবং তাদের ক্ষমতায়ন নিশ্চিত করতে পারি। সকল বৈশ্বিক সমস্যার সমাধানের জন্য আমাদের সবার হাতে যথেষ্ট সক্ষমতা, সম্পদ এবং উপায় রয়েছে। আসুন আমরা জাতীয় বা আন্তর্জাতিক যেসব প্রতিশ্রুতি দিয়েছি তা বাস্তবায়ন করি এবং অর্থনৈতিক ক্ষেত্রে সামাজিক ব্যবসার ধারণা প্রতিষ্ঠিত করে সকল প্রকার বৈষম্য ও অসমতার অবসানে ঐক্যবদ্ধভাবে আমরা কাজ করি। বাংলাদেশের তরুণরা প্রমাণ করেছে যে মানুষের স্বাধীনতা, মর্যাদা ও অধিকার সমুন্নত রাখার অভিপ্রায় কোনো উচ্চাভিলাষ নয়, বরং এটা সকলের নিশ্চিত প্রাপ্য। আজ এই মহান সমাবেশে আপনাদের উপস্থিতিতে শান্তি, সমৃদ্ধি ও ন্যায় বিচার নিশ্চিত করতে আন্তর্জাতিক, আঞ্চলিক এবং জাতীয় পর্যায়ে বাংলাদেশে তার ভূমিকাকে ক্রমাগতভাবে জোরদার করার নিশ্চয়তা দিচ্ছে। আজ আপনাদের সবাইকে শুভেচ্ছা জানাচ্ছি, ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি।
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Dorin Recian, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, it is an honor to represent my country, Republic of Moldova, at this unique forum where small and large nations alike address core issues on the global agenda. Climate change, poverty, and the global cost of living crisis are our generational challenges. So is peace and security. For some time now, it seemed we were living in a rules-based international system which strongly discouraged geopolitical conquest, spheres of influence, and disregard for the aspirations of smaller nations. The world proved to be a much safer place when smaller nations have a say and the choices their people make are respected. Peace and security, prosperity and free choice is the core agenda for Moldova today. Generations of our intellectuals, writers, and civic activists have fought for our independence and for the freedom to pursue our identity and values. These have succeeded in making Moldova free. After 33 years of independence, we see it in the confidence of our youth, in the revitalization of our culture, and in the way our people stand proud on the international stage, knowing their future lies in their own hands. Very next to us, Russia's unprovoked and unjust war of aggression against Ukraine threatens the fabric of our international order. It throws us back to the times of great power politics, when a large state pursues cynical geopolitical designs to divide the region into spheres of influence and annex smaller neighbors, denying them a say in their own destiny. For Moldova, this is not a mere distant memory, it is a looming threat. Moldova knows all too well the consequences, and we're determined to never return to those times. Don't forget, Kremlin doesn't want us at the table. Kremlin wants us on the table. Never mind all the excuses and the circumstances. Compulsion and raw force are perpetuated and complemented now with hybrid warfare, malign influence, and subversion of the democratic state. And these latest developments, ladies and gentlemen, are threatening not only Moldova. We see them escalating throughout the democratic world too. Even mature democracies find it difficult to cope with, witnessing polarization and division. Therefore, Ukraine is now fighting not just for its statehood, nation, and its very existence. It is fighting for each nation's freedom to choose and pursue its own national aspirations. Moldova stands by and in solidarity with Ukraine in defense against Kremlin's aggression. And we urge the international community to timely provide all necessary support to Ukraine. Distinguished audience, despite the war at our border, Moldova remains an active and committed contributor to the regional security. We are a reliable partner for our neighbors, Romania and Ukraine, as well as the European Union. We have preserved peace and security in Moldova. At the same time, we have supported humanitarian efforts by welcoming over 1 million Ukrainian refugees and ensuring their safety. Peace is not just our goal, it is our duty. Peace remains our core commitment. Moldova is also committed to a just, peaceful resolution of the Transnistrian conflict with full respect for Moldova's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. For this to happen, Russia's illegal military presence must end. I call on the international community to reaffirm the need for the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of the Russian military from Moldova. This is not just about Moldova, it's about upholding international law, safeguarding regional stability, and ensuring that no country's sovereignty is compromised by foreign military presence. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova's destiny belongs to Moldovans, not outside powers. Kremlin's efforts to suppress the dignity and will of the people of Moldova through both internal subversion and external intimidation have no place in the 21st century. Despite our differences, we have always taken big decisions as a nation together and have proudly reaffirmed our national dignity and self-worth. The social compact of our society is individual freedoms, human rights, competitive elections, and open society, not Kremlin's satellite state. Today, our people are closer than ever to fulfilling these aspirations. We're full of hope and determination. Hope for a democratic, prosperous future in the European family of nations, to which we rightfully belong. And this hope is firmly rooted in Moldova's collective achievements over the past years, determined to work hard and tirelessly to become a proud member of the EU's peaceful and prosperous family. Moldova stands today stronger and more united. Despite flooding Moldova with illicit money, propaganda and falsehoods, and waging a fully fledged hybrid attack, Kremlin has failed to divide our house against itself. Moldova is no longer a gray zone. a profitable money laundering enterprise for unscrupulous oligarchs and foreign powers who plundered the state and the people and manipulated institutions for their benefit. International sanctions against these perpetrators helped, and we're working to return their stolen money. Our commitment to reform is unwavering, and we have made progress in cleaning up its justice system and law enforcement. The international community has recognized these efforts, with Moldova's corruption perception and rule of law rankings improving significantly. We acted to make our economy resilient even in the face of the regional instability. Despite proximity to the war zone, Moldova's business environment is improving, though slowly. Small and medium enterprises have a more promising outlook, and exports of high-quality products are picking up thanks to our access to European markets. Moldova is doing digital and is bringing the government closer to its citizens and businesses. Over the past few years, more has been invested in infrastructure than over 10 years before that. Our energy independence is now a reality. Energy can no longer be used to blackmail and extract geopolitical concessions. Moldova's energy security is ensured by its integration in the regional and international grids and markets, and we proceed to a fast-paced agenda of renewables and energy efficiency. Resilience is not just about security, it is about our institutions, which are stronger today than ever before, thanks to the support received from our partners. Institutions are better prepared to safeguard the choices of the Moldovan people from external interference. Crucially, Moldova has genuinely opened itself to the world. In recognition of the country's progress, in December of 2023, EU leaders unanimously agreed to open accession negotiations with Moldova. This is our most significant achievement since independence, and we are committed to be ready to join the EU by 2030. Our European path is a matter of vital national interest and our strongest guarantee of peace, democracy, and development. On October 20th, Moldova will reaffirm its European choice in a referendum to enshrine EU integration into our constitution. Russia may continue its attempts to disrupt Moldova's path through the threats, disinformation, and destabilization to change the sovereign choice of the Moldovan people. They want to keep Moldova captive in its past. But we, the Moldovan people, are united in determination. Only we can choose our future. We will not return the country to oligarchs who plunder the state and want to once again turn the country into their personal fiefdom, which yields massive wealth to a few but fails the majority. We will not return to a past dominated by oligarchs and corruption. We will not be dragged back into a sphere of influence that does not reflect our aspirations. The people of Moldova choose freedom. We choose Europe. And next month, we will reaffirm the goal of our generation: fully fledged membership in the EU, a union which has supported Moldova throughout our independence. I will touch on climate change issues now. Moldova has long been known for a temperate, welcoming climate and agricultural fertility. But just over the past year, we have aced the most severe weather extremes in our history: devastating snowfalls, unprecedented droughts, and heat waves, and severe floods. They cause massive damages and disruptions like never before in our history. These challenges are not hypothetical. They are here, and they threaten the livelihoods of our farmers, economy, the infrastructure of our villages and towns, and the future of our children. Climate change risks destroying many things we heavily rely on throughout the planet. In this context, we welcome the adoption of the Pact for the Future by the United Nations General Assembly. This is a significant step towards building a more effective, inclusive, and sustainable global order. It reaffirms our collective responsibility to future generations. We are committed to working alongside the international community to turn these pledges into concrete actions that will shape a better, more resilient world. As a final remark, Moldova stands at its historic crossroads, both as a nation and as a member of the international community. Moldovan people will not allow it to be stripped of its agency. Moldova chooses peace, democracy, freedom, and rule of law over war, authoritarianism, and repression. For us, this means Europe. It is our choice, and it strengthens our resolve to move more decisively towards the EU, a peace and prosperity project, while rejecting war, aggression, and any assaults on human dignity. Dragi moldoveni, de acasă și de pretutindeni, acum este momentul să ne unim efortul, să fim consolidați și să aducem Republica Moldova acolo unde este locul, în marea familie europeană, unde pacea și prosperitatea sunt asigurate. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charlotte Salwai Tabimasmas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai le grand honneur de m'adresser à cette immense Assemblée au nom du gouvernement et du peuple de la République de Vanuatu. Monsieur le Président, je me joins aux orateurs précédents pour vous adresser mes sincères félicitations pour votre élection à la présidence de la 79e session de l'Assemblée générale. Vous pouvez compter sur le soutien de la coopération de ma délégation pour diriger les travaux de cette auguste Assemblée. Le Vanuatu se félicite du thème de cette 79e session. Ne laissez personne de côté. Agir ensemble pour promouvoir la paix, le développement durable et la dignité humaine pour les générations présentes et futures, car il aborde les défis mondiaux de notre époque. Monsieur le Président, 79 ans après la création des Nations Unies, nos efforts collectifs pour créer un monde meilleur pour les générations actuelles et futures ont tout simplement décevant. Il est alarmant de constater qu'après toutes ces années, nous continuons d'être en proie de multiples crises mondiales qui sapent la promesse de la Charte des Nations Unies et laisse de côté nos peuples, en particulier les plus vulnérables. Le Vanuatu salue le dernier rapport du secrétaire général des Nations Unies qui met en évidence le fait que nous sommes loin d'atteindre nos objectifs en matière d'ODD, d'où la nécessité d'accélérer les actions visant à intensifier la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et les objectifs de développement durable. Le rapport avertit que nous risquons de franchir un seuil de température dangereux au cours des 10 prochaines années. C'est pourquoi le Vanuatu a sollicité un avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice afin d'obtenir des éclaircissements sur les obligations juridiques des États en matière de changement climatique, une initiative qui a suscité une attention mondiale sans précédent. Les 91 soumissions écrites détaillent des organisations reçues par la Cour dans le cadre de cette procédure est née de notre résolution consensuelle de l'année dernière, démontre l'importance cruciale de la clarté juridique sur les obligations et les responsabilités des États en matière de climat. Ceci ne vise pas à blâmer ni à stigmatiser un pays en particulier. Elle cherche à mettre en évidence les règles du droit international existantes, leur implication sur toutes les nations, afin de créer une base solide pour une action climatique concrète et une justice climatique fondée sur une responsabilité et une redevabilité partagée. Je lance un appel à tous les membres de l'ONU, en particulier aux autres nations vulnérables face au climat, à participer à ces audiences historiques qui commencent le 9 septembre 2024. Vos voix sont indispensables pour que la Cour comprenne pleinement les répercussions du changement climatique sur les populations les plus touchées et pour que nous soyons unis dans notre engagement commun en faveur de la justice, des droits humains et d'un avenir durable. Monsieur le Président, l'économie du Vanuatu se portait bien lorsque nous avions le statut des pays les moins avancés. Après notre graduation, nos défis structurels et vulnérabilités sont restés, tandis que les coûts ne cessent d'augmenter. Nous réitérons la nécessité pour nos partenaires de développement à nous soutenir dans la suppression progressive et prévisible des aides spécifiques au PMA. Les petites économies insulaires continuent également de faire face à de multiples crises dans un contexte de resserrement des conditions financières et de hausse des coûts d'emprunt. Cela a accru les risques de surendettement et a réduit notre capacité à investir dans la reprise. Le Vanuatu se félicite des résultats du sommet pour l'avenir qui appelle à des efforts mondiaux concertés pour réformer l'architecture économique et financière mondiale afin de la rendre adaptée aux défis de ce siècle. Nous appelons à des réformes profondes des institutions de Bretton Woods pour restructurer le système monétaire et financier international afin qu'il reflète les réalités et les défis mondiaux en évolution, y compris la mise en place d'un mécanisme international de restructuration des dettes souveraines pour résoudre les crises d'endettement actuelles dans les pays en développement et en particulier ceux les plus vulnérables. Le Vanuatu et d'autres pays, d'autres petites économies insulaires luttent contre l'assaut des catastrophes d'origine climatique, alors que nous continuons à essayer de renforcer la résilience et nous adapter au changement climatique, nous reculons trop souvent. Le Vanuatu perd plus de la moitié de son PIB à chaque fois qu'un cyclone sévère frappe. Nous avons connu 5 cyclones violents au cours des 3 dernières années. Le dernier rapport du Fonds d'adaptation estime que le déficit de financement de l'adaptation se situe entre 194 et 366 milliards de dollars par an. En tant que pays en première ligne de catastrophes climatiques fréquentes et croissantes, Vanuatu appelle à un nouvel objectif de financement qui accélérera la transition vers l'abandon des énergies fossiles, renforcera la résilience et traitera de manière réaliste les pertes et dommages. À la lumière de ces initiatives visant à atténuer le changement climatique et à s'y adapter, le Vanuatu estimait également qu'il est essentiel de prévenir les dommages les plus graves causés aux écosystèmes vitaux et régulateurs du climat de notre planète avant qu'ils ne se reproduisent. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons pris la décision formelle de proposer à la Cour pénale internationale un crime d'écocide indépendant. Nous remercions les délégations pour leur soutien actuel, en particulier Fidji et Samoa pour leur coparrainage de la proposition. Nous reconnaissons que cette initiative bénéficie d'un soutien large et croissant dans le monde. Monsieur le Président, le Vanuatu et de nombreux pays insulaires du Pacifique ont été confrontés à de multiples retraits de correspondants bancaires qui ont limité les flux financiers, notamment en retardant le transfert des fonds de développement internationaux et des fonds d'aide humanitaire et de secours en cas de catastrophe, et en décourageant aussi les investissements du secteur privé. Et ce, malgré de réels efforts pour améliorer et appliquer les réglementations nationales en matière de blanchissement d'argent et de financement du terrorisme. Il est essentiel de préserver un accès ininterrompu aux services financiers internationaux pour accéder les paiements transfrontaliers, y compris les envois de fonds et les recettes d'exportation. Nous saluons les efforts déployés par la Banque mondiale ce mois-ci pour soutenir les pays des îles du Pacifique dans la gestion de cette problématique et notre enjeu. Monsieur le Président, en 2019, le Vanuatu a présenté son premier examen national volontaire, mettant en évidence un message positif du progrès malgré une vulnérabilité extrême aux catastrophes liées au climat. La présentation du deuxième examen national volontaire cette année au Forum politique du haut niveau a mis en évidence des défis importants dans notre poursuite du développement durable. Nous subissons des cyclones tropicaux de plus en plus fréquents et intenses, aggravés par les répercussions de la pandémie Covid-19, sans qu'une issue claire soit en vue. La perspective de futures catastrophes reste toujours présente. Le gouvernement et le peuple du Vanuatu ont dû continuellement s'adapter et renforcer leurs mécanismes de résilience pour atténuer les effets de ces menaces et perturbations persistantes. Monsieur le Président, la réalisation des ODD n'est pas seulement une aspiration, mais une nécessité pour nous. Le sommet 2023 sur les ODD a vu l'adoption d'une déclaration politique forte et a lancé une nouvelle phase d'action accélérée pour réaliser les ODD d'ici 2030. En juillet de cette année, la convocation d'un forum politique de haut niveau, une fois de plus, sert de plateforme pour le suivi et l'examen de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable, dans le but de galvaniser un véritable changement, transformationnel pour atteindre des objectifs de développement durable. Plus encore, la récente convocation du sommet de l'avenir vise à rallier un soutien collectif afin de concrétiser plus rapidement et plus intelligemment l'agenda 2030, le programme d'action d'Addis Abeba et l'accord de Paris sur le changement climatique. J'espère que les réformes mises en avant dans le pacte de l'avenir permettront de rétablir la confiance dans le système multilatéral. Le pacte pour l'avenir nécessite une volonté politique pour mener des actions transformatrices qui ouvriront la voie à un avenir plus radieux pour tous. Monsieur le Président, le financement est le carburant du développement. Pourtant, le manque de financement est au cœur de notre capacité à réaliser de réels progrès dans la réalisation des objectifs du millénaire pour le développement. Nous restons en première ligne d'une urgence climatique qui non seulement menace notre développement durable, mais qui, faute d'alternatives abordables, nous oblige à nous endetter à des niveaux insoutenables pour financer le redressement après une catastrophe naturelle. L'architecture financière internationale doit être réformée pour répondre aux défis urgents d'aujourd'hui. Nos différents besoins doivent être intégrés dans le système économique financier mondial afin qu'il soit inclusif, plus équitable et plus réactif à tous. Il s'agit notamment de mettre en place un soutien et des solutions sur mesure qui facilitent également l'accès à des financements abordables et à long terme, tout en répondant à la diminution des relations bancaires correspondantes. De même, il est crucial de renforcer la représentation et la participation significative des petits États insulaires en développement au sein des institutions économiques et financières mondiales. Monsieur le Président, Vanuatu, comme bon nombre de voisins du Pacifique, reste confronté à des menaces sanitaires et de développement aigus et existentiels, notamment le fardeau de maladies non transmissibles et à la malnutrition ainsi que des menaces de futures pandémies. Le Covid-19 et les cyclones tropicaux violents ont révélé au Vanuatu la fragilité de son infrastructure sanitaire et la nécessité d'investir dans un système de santé capable de mieux répondre aux besoins de sa population et aux futures pandémies et qui sera résilient au changement climatique et aux catastrophes naturelles qui en découlent. Nous demandons instamment à l'Organisation mondiale de la santé et aux pays des partenaires de collaborer pour améliorer l'accès de financement durable afin de soutenir nos efforts de prévention et de contrôle des maladies non transmissibles, ainsi notre démarche pour établir un système de santé adapté. Monsieur le Président, faire avancer l'agenda de ne laisser personne de côté dans le cadre des territoires non autonomes implique que nous devons travailler de manière constructive à l'achèvement du processus de colonisation. Récemment, les premiers peuples de la Nouvelle-Calédonie ont exprimé leur insatisfaction quant à la conduite du troisième référendum sur l'indépendance politique vis-à-vis de la France. Cela a conduit à des émeutes causant plusieurs décès et perturbant l'activité économique. Il est essentiel de reconnaître et respecter le droit des premiers peuples sur leurs terres, leurs océans et leur culture. J'ai encouragé les premiers peuples de la Nouvelle-Calédonie à collaborer avec la France pour discuter de leur avenir politique. En attendant, la Nouvelle-Calédonie doit demeurer sur la liste des territoires à décoloniser. Dans le même ordre d'idées, nous appelons à ce que les droits des premiers peuples de la Papouasie occidentale sur leurs terres coutumières, leur culture soient respectés. Je plaide pour qu'ils collaborent avec le gouvernement indonésien afin de relever leurs défis et obtenir une plus grande autonomie pour une participation accrue au processus décisionnel. Monsieur le Président, pour parvenir à un développement durable, nous avons besoin de la paix. Aujourd'hui, certaines régions du monde ne sont pas en mesure de bénéficier d'un développement durable en raison de l'incapacité des Nations Unies à maintenir la paix et la sécurité internationale. Nous appelons à une réforme urgente du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies afin qu'il soit adapté à son objectif et capable de relever les défis de notre temps. Nous sommes profondément préoccupés par la plus grande menace pour la paix et la sécurité internationale que représente la persistance des armes nucléaires. Compte tenu de l'aggravation actuelle des tensions géopolitiques mondiales, nous appelons à un effort renouvelé et renforcé pour sortir de l'impasse actuelle en matière de désarmement nucléaire et non prolifération nucléaire sous tous les aspects. Nous appelons également au respect des chartes des Nations Unies. Dans le monde fracturé et polarisé aujourd'hui, nous devons accélérer nos efforts pour travailler ensemble et rétablir la confiance dans le système multilatéral, au centre duquel se trouvent les Nations Unies. Le sommet de l'avenir nous offre de l'espoir et nous devons passer de la rhétorique à des actions plus concrètes sur le terrain. Nous avons besoin de paix pour faire progresser le développement durable et la dignité humaine pour les générations actuelles et futures. Il est essentiel d'agir sur le financement comme moteur du développement. Je vous remercie.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we should stand united in the face of unprecedented global challenges. From the proliferation of conflicts and deteriorating geopolitical situation to climate crisis and food security, the world is at a critical juncture where every nation, regardless of its size, plays a vital role. Croatia's journey over the past 34 years has been a testament to resilience and determination. Emerging from a conflict and building a modern, progressive state, we have positioned ourselves as active contributors on the global stage. As we convene here, Croatia brings not just its experience, but a deep commitment to fostering peace, advancing sustainable development, and upholding human rights as fundamental values rooted in our history. We live in a world increasingly ablaze. As a country that has endured conflict and the painful process of post-war recovery, we understand firsthand the value of peace, security, and international solidarity. Our journey from a nation affected by aggression to a contributor to global peace efforts equips us with a unique perspective.
The lessons we have learned about resilience, reconciliation, and the importance of upholding international law shape our commitment to promoting peace and security worldwide. In a world facing intensifying crises, from Ukraine to Middle East and Sudan, Croatia stands firm in its belief that every nation has the right to self-determination and protection under the UN Charter. Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine continues well into its third year, trampling all tenets of international law. While Ukrainian civilians continue to die and suffer, the largest active nuclear power plant in Europe is also at risk. This undermines all principles of nuclear safety and may bring about catastrophic consequences with cross-border impact. All member states of the United Nations have the right to be independent, and their people must be free to choose their own path. They must not depend on their neighbor's permission, nor should they be left alone to succumb to a neighbor's military aggression. In that vein, we will not tire in our support to Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, and in our assistance, and we call upon all to do the same. At the same time, the looming threat of a wider conflict in the Middle East is evident. The heinous terrorist attack on Israel on 7th October horrified us. So did the unspeakable continued tragedy since endured by the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza, where thousands were killed and wounded. Whatever historical or present grievances continuing down this path will not bring a lasting resolution, only more death and destruction. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages, and on both sides to engage in genuine negotiations to end hostilities and prevent further escalation. The Middle East and its people deserve a better future, the rest of the world as well. The wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East are overshadowing the immense humanitarian and civilian catastrophe unfolding in Sudan. This is even more alarming considering the context of increasing fragmentation of the security architecture in many parts of the African continent. Reversing this trend should be seen as a priority by all of us. We must not leave Africa behind, a continent where half of the population is younger than 19, should and must be seen as a source of hope for humanity, not as an afterthought. The UN Charter is not just another document we can simply and easily replace. The world's constitution must be upheld more than ever before. Reinvigoration of effective multilateralism with the UN in its center must not be reduced to a phrase we use on the occasions like this. In the same vein, we must not falter when it comes to strengthening international arms control, disarmament, and the non-proliferation architecture. This is essential not just to avoid conflict, instability, or even greater tragedies, but to reduce the already heightened risks of escalations, either deliberate or as a result of a misunderstanding. Extremist and terrorist groups and their affiliates continue to pose a severe threat around the world, leaving no society safe. Their continued expansion in various regions and the increasing level of violence they resort to only remind us that countering and preventing terrorism requires long-term commitment as well as continued coordinated efforts of the entire international community. As a country that proudly hosted, supported, and enabled the success of the United Nations Transitional Administration for Eastern Slavonia, rightly considered by many as the most successful peacekeeping mission in the history of the United Nations, and which Croatia managed to join just a decade ago NATO after the departure of the last UN peacekeeper, we know all too well the meaning of peace building, its significance, and the efforts it requires. As this year's Vice Chair of the Peace Building Commission and last year's chair, Croatia supports strengthening the links between the three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, development and human rights. There is no peace without sustainable development and no sustainable development without peace. There is little time left to strengthen our focus on prevention at all levels. For the Peacebuilding Commission, it means to focus more on structural prevention through national prevention strategies and operational prevention by sending flexible civilian missions upon a country's request. The 2025 review of the peacebuilding architecture will be a crucial moment to strengthening the PBC and to broaden its mandate and give it some decision-making powers. You can count on Croatia's active participation to share its experience and in view of its candidature to be again a member of the PBC in 2026. Croatia is also proud that today a Croatian company is a global leader in robotic demining, and we are actively supporting Ukraine by providing our expertise to assist in the clearance of mines and unexploded ordnance in conflict-affected areas. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to sustainable development, which is deeply rooted in its unique position as one of the most biodiverse and nature-rich countries in Europe. Often referred to as the Nature Park of Europe, Croatia has long recognized the importance of preserving its natural resources. Our achievements in renewable energy, where we rank among the top in the European Union, and our strong performance in meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals reflect a national strategy that balances economic growth and social stability with environmental stewardship. As we stand at the crossroads of environmental crisis and digital transformation, Croatia's experience offers valuable insights into how we can harness innovation while protecting our planet for future generations. The path we take today will determine our future tomorrow. Therefore, we must choose it wisely. Croatia, in its national development strategy till 2030, espoused a vision of a competitive, innovative and safe country with a recognizable identity and culture, a country with preserved resources, quality living conditions and equal opportunities for all. We have built our strategy on the three main interrelated development pillars: digital transformation, decarbonization and demographic revitalization. The digital transformation of our societies is inevitably changing our way of life and our way of doing business more rapidly and intensively than any transition in the last century. We are transforming our state and public administration, businesses and society, and half of our population is using the digital services of the state. Croatia's IT industry is competitive and booming. At the same time, while new and emerging technologies are unlocking great potential, they also come with risks. To manage these, we need effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels, as well as informed citizens. My government will continue with policies which promote this path. Humanity's greatest challenge of the 21st century is climate change, coupled with loss of biodiversity, reduction of food and natural resources, increase in the number of droughts, fires and floods, as well as the acceleration of the sea level rise. Croatia is located in the Mediterranean, one of the world's regions expected to be hit hardest by climate change. It is not by accident that Croatia got a portfolio for the Mediterranean in the new European Commission. This summer, we saw record-breaking heat waves, followed by torrential rains in our part of Europe only last week. The green transition is therefore pivotal for us all. Promoting nature-based solutions is one of our main national tools for climate change and adaptation and migration. For this reason, we need to strengthen the multilateral system of dealing with climate, biodiversity and sustainable development. We need to put more efforts in dealing with climate as a threat amplifier that endangers security and stability of many regions and countries in the world, especially in Africa. We spare no effort to integrate the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals in our national policies and initiatives and strategies and into the reinforced and reformed global governing structure. We are proud that our reforms and investments have earned Croatia a high 8th place among 193 UN member states, according to the 2024 Sustainable Development Report. Finally, for Croatia, all these measures culminate also in a demographic revitalization as another key national structural priority. We consider it an indispensable element of our resilience, competitiveness, and a prerequisite for a successful, sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, our deep commitment to human rights stems from our own difficult experiences under totalitarian regimes and the horrors of the aggression during the Homeland War. The violations of fundamental rights that we endured as a nation have shaped our understanding of the importance of protecting human rights, dignity, justice, and equality. Croatia's journey from a war-torn country to a strong advocate for human rights in the international arena has given us a unique perspective on the necessity of upholding these principles. With this background, we remain steadfast in our dedication to promoting human rights, preventing atrocities, and providing humanitarian assistance to those in need, both at home and abroad. The 2030 Agenda sets out a vision for a sustainable development grounded in international human rights standards, promoting one of the main values of the UN Charter, to leave no one behind. Only through respect for human rights can we achieve a more peaceful, equal, and sustainable world. Croatia will continue to champion this cause. As a country still searching for 1,792 missing persons from the Homeland War, Croatia spares no efforts to end the anguish of uncertainty for their families. We shall never cease the search for them, and we shall never stop demanding answers from those who know their fate. We contribute by sharing our acquired expertise with interested countries and by advocating for the missing persons everywhere in the world, in our national capacity and as a committed member of the Global Alliance for the Missing. Croatia is today extending its support to Ukraine by offering its expertise in prosecuting war crimes and making its seasoned experts available to assist Ukraine in navigating the complex process of accountability and justice, drawing from its own experience in addressing the aftermath of war crimes committed during the Homeland War. Committed to eradicating domestic violence and violence against women, we have introduced femicide as a distinct criminal offense. Our goal is the elimination of gender discrimination and creation of conditions for real equality of women and men in society, at home as well as abroad and in the multilateral system. This is why Croatia promotes women, peace and security at the global level, as we know the disproportionate effect of conflict on women, but we have also seen how women, when participating in all peace building and sustaining peace process, are agents of change and harbingers of peace. Croatia also advocates a comprehensive approach to issues affecting persons with disabilities. This includes mainstreaming disability in all fields of human rights. With this in mind, in the UN, we will be leading an effort by a cross-regional group of countries to proclaim the International Day of Deaf Blindness. This resolution will hopefully contribute to understanding as well as encourage and inspire national and legal recognition of deaf blindness as a distinct and unique disability worldwide. In the past 3 years, Croatia has also been honored to serve as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Responsibility to Protect in New York. We still believe more has to be done in terms of atrocity prevention and the operationalization of the responsibility to protect concept. In the humanitarian context, we are facing worse circumstances than ever. Croatia presides this year over the humanitarian affairs segment of the Economic and Social Council. Against the challenging backdrop of unresolved conflicts and eruption and escalation of new ones, climate-related disasters, disease outbreaks, economic shocks, and famine for millions of people. Focusing the discussion on the consequences of the erosion of respect for international humanitarian law, clear and strong calls were heard across the board for upholding international humanitarian law, ending impunity, bolstering women's leadership, addressing climate emergency, and for ethical and responsible use of new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of equal successor states of former Yugoslavia, Croatia is among the founders of the United Nations. Following the dissolution of former Yugoslavia in the midst of defending itself from aggression and invasion, 32 years ago, Croatia reconfirmed its commitment to the UN Charter, this time as a free, sovereign and independent member state of the United Nations. Ours is a journey of liberty and democracy, a pursuit of peace and prosperity, of vigilant defense of human rights and dignity, while honoring the values and principles of multilateralism and international cooperation that UN embodies. Our experience as a small but resilient nation with a deep understanding of peace, security and development underscores the importance of reforming and revitalizing the UN to ensure it remains fit to address the global challenges of today and tomorrow. The Pact for the Future, a pivotal document for strengthening multilateralism that we adopted earlier this week, elaborates about both General Assembly and Security Council reform, and we believe we should further strengthen, reform and revitalize these two institutions. While the role of the GA has been strengthened recently with regard to issues which the Security Council failed to address, more should be done in relation to the maintenance of international peace and security. This relates also to the cooperation of the General Assembly with both the Security Council, the Economic and Social Committee and the Peace-Building Commission. The UN Secretariat should be made fit for purpose, and the selection of the Secretary General and all other, especially high-level posts, need to be guided by the principles of merit, transparency, inclusiveness, gender and geographic rotation. Finally, allow me to reflect on Southeast Europe, a region in our neighborhood. As a country with deep expertise and a nuanced understanding of Southeast Europe, we stand as a model of successful integration into both the European Union and NATO. This unique position not only gives us Croatia a special status within the region, but also grants its significant authority in advocating for peace, stability and European aspirations of our neighbors. Croatia consistently encourages our Western Balkan partners to invest even more in fulfilling the established criteria. Regional cooperation and good neighborly relations, along with solving outstanding issues and disputes, remain an essential, indispensable part of the process. The merit-based approach and rewarding individual achievements in fulfilling the standards will accelerate accession to the European family. In this regard, those who cooperate in good faith, align with the EU's, for instance, foreign policy resolutions and positions, and conduct genuine reforms should move ahead on their EU accession path. Of particular importance for us is the stability of our neighboring Bosnia and Herzegovina, with which we share more than 1,000 kilometers long border. In order to achieve security and stability in the country, the constitutional full equality of the three constituent peoples, Croats, Bosniaks and Serbs, must be ensured, and the Dayton-Paris Accords, the peace treaties that ended the war and confirmed the multinational, multi-confessional and multicultural Bosnia and Herzegovina must be upheld. In conclusion, the story of our country is one of transformation from a nation rebuilding after war to a committed partner within the global community. Our journey reflects the power of collaboration, vision and perseverance. As we look ahead, Croatia is ready to join, to continue contributing to a world where peace, justice, human rights and sustainable development are attainable for all. Together, through multilateralism, we can overcome today's challenges and build a future where every country, every citizen can thrive. The path may be long and difficult, but by standing united, we can make it a reality. Let us move forward, with renewed purpose, ensuring that the foundations we build today will support a prosperous and peaceful tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency James Marape, Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished Head of State and Head of Governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address this august hall once again on behalf of my people of Papua New Guinea. Mr. President, firstly, let me congratulate you, the government and people of Cameroon, on your successful election to lead the work of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, for his excellent leadership during the 78th UN General Assembly. I also extend my gratitude to the United Nations Secretary General for his strong leadership to mobilize the support of the global community on key issues that require our collective efforts, especially in dealing with climate change-related matters. Mr. President, you selected a theme for this debate, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for the present and future generations, I believe is very pertinent. I thank you and commend your foresight in drawing our collective attention to the work we must still do for peace and humanity, considering the vast challenges that continues to threaten our society and what we face today. Mr. President, I speak on three threats to humanity that is complementary to your theme. These threats, in my view, are religious intolerance, poverty induced by climate change, and geopolitical differences and sovereignty contests over territories and people. And I will prefix this statement here with my country as a backdrop. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea is the world's most culturally and linguistically diverse nation, with over 830 languages in a myriad of sub-ethnicities and subcultures that are still authentically indigenous today as I speak. A real-time modern nation of 1,000 tribes. And we embrace this diversity and do our utmost best to function as one people, one nation, and one country in our intention to leave no one behind. In terms of environment, Mr. President, my country hosts up to 7% of world's biodiversity, mostly housed within a tropical rainforest that is the third largest in the world and has a vast marine ecosystem. We sustainably manage our forest, land, and sea because our livelihood depends on them. Papua New Guinea, in a small way, teaches the world on how living in balance with nature, tolerating cultural diversities, and practicing environmental stewardship. The father of our country, our modern Papua New Guinea, the late great Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, was a champion in this regard. In fact, Sir Michael's championed the cause of Article 5 that has found its place into Paris Agreement as I speak today, early in year 2000s. This is a reflection of Papua New Guinea's strong affinity to the forest, land, and sea. In this regard, my country has been contributing to the public or global discourse over the last 2 decades in as far as environmental management is concerned and matters relating to climate change. Unfortunately, this has been met with very little return of action. However, we continue to stand ready to assist the United Nations family in this area. Mr. President, over the last 49 years of our country's history as an independent nation, our challenges has been many, compounded by vast ethno-linguistic diversities and cultural complexities and the small size of our economy. However, we have remained as one people and one nation. We have moved in the last 49 years. We started off as a least developed nation. Today, we have entered the middle income earning nation status, and we intend in the next 20 years to migrate from where we are today to a high income earning nation by 2025. In doing that, we will migrate from being just a raw resource exporter to a manufacturing economy within the next decade. Mr. President, I want to assure you all that all this is being done in total alignment, and we have aligned our development agendas to the United Nations Charter, especially consistent with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Our aspirations mirror that of this august institution. In fact, in 1975, when we gained independence, our National Constitutional 8-point plan directs not just my government today, but government into the future, as it was in the past governments that led my country, on our national aspirations to leave no person behind. Mr. President, our nation's Vision 2050 that was launched in 2010 compels governments to develop Papua New Guinea into a top 50 nation by 2050 in terms of Human Development Index. Papua New Guinea looks forward to submitting to the United Nations a full progress report in July of 2025 at the high-level political forum, secondary voluntary national review covering the work we have undertaken thus far amidst the challenges we continue to face and the steps we are taking going forward that will culminate in 2030. Mr. President, if you can indulge me in sharing an insight into managing a diverse, multicultural people and what has helped us to blend as one nation, I put to you the role of Christian missionaries and their work that dates back to 1845 when the first Catholic missionaries arrived in my country. In 1975, when we gained independence, Christianity became profound. And consistency with your theme, Christianity in PNG has been the front runner, bearing message of unity, peace, and sustainable coexistence, embracing diversity of cultures, language, and tribes into one human family, living in our natural environment as God has created. Since then, Christian churches have contributed immensely to our country's development through their health and education programs. Real Christianity teaches love, peace, unity, forgiveness, giving meaning to leaving no person behind. Whilst PNG is identified as a Christian nation, Mr. President, I want to assure you and all who are listening that Section 45 of our nation's Constitution protects individuals' right to choose and practice of faith and religion. We subscribe strongly to Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. United Nations has been the anchor of this God-given right of humanity. And I offer my country's support to the protection of individuals' choice and rights to practice their faith, and urge that this remains a key duty of United Nations. Mr. President, since the dawn of humanity, history teaches us that many wars have been fought and many lives lost as a result of religious intolerance. We see that happening today. Earth's history is stained with blood of innocent people who have died from state, tribe, or church-sanctioned killings. The United Nations, Mr. President, must condemn laws that encroaches upon individual choice of religion and worship. This is a God-given right. And I see the issue of enforcement of religion upon one another as a threat to peace and coexistence of mankind. I ask United Nations to keep watch over religious freedom of all people, especially minority people in society where major religions are practiced. Mr. President, the second threat I see facing humanity is poverty, and especially poverty induced by climate change. The pursuit of wealth has caused man to plunder edge of its resources beyond the threshold of sustainability, with little consideration for our children's future. The acceleration of climate change, for instance, is a direct result of mankind's insatiable appetite for resources. An attitude of survival of the fittest, nations and corporations jostle and stampede over each other in order to harvest resources, causing environmental degradation, deforestation, burning of cheaper fossil fuel, and pollution, spiraling our planet into climate catastrophes that will further engender poverty. Nations like mine oceans nations like mine continue to live with the climate change-induced sea level rise and weather pattern changes that has now become an accidental threat. That is why we welcome the Chair's summary of the high-level meeting on sea level rise. Together with other Pacific Island countries, we continue to recognize the 1982 UN Convention on Law of Sea as a legal framework within which all activities in the ocean and seas must be carried out. We reaffirm commitment to the Pacific Island Forum Declaration of Continuity of Statehood and the protection of persons in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. Last month, the Pacific Island Leaders Forum in Tonga officially recognized these climate change manifestations as existential threat to our Pacific people. We stand united in the support of Vanuatu-led United Nations General Assembly proposal for the inclusion of sea level rise as a standalone agenda in the United Nations General Assembly and other relevant United Nations processes. Mr. President, despite our economic needs, PNG remains committed to safeguarding both our blue ocean life and our green forest life for its children. As a forest nation, PNG continues to play a proactive role to progress our commitments under United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement by undertaking adaptations and mitigation effort. However, accessing of global climate finance continues to be a challenge to Papua New Guinea and many small nations. We call on the United Nations to look into this matter with a sense of urgency, or else we can liquidate our forests and marine resources to achieve our development aspirations, especially in a pursuit to alleviate poverty from our people. It is for this reason I speak in solidarity with all forest nations, especially those in the Congo Basin and those in the Amazon Basin, for adequate compensation if we are to preserve our forests, which is in fact the lungs of Earth. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea's vast forests, rich biodiversity, marine life, and indigenous people and cultures are now at the crossroads of great change, either of preservation or loss and extinction. The responsibility to save our environment and planet should bear on all of us in equal measure. It is now up to members of the United Nations to save these forests, which are global assets as I speak. On this note, I want to thank my good friend, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of France, for mobilizing European Union funding for a forest conservation area called Managalas in my country. This is the kind of partnership that should be encouraged. And again, I remind the world, the forest of PNG is a global asset. It must be preserved at a price transferable to improving the lives of my forests. You cannot talk about climate change without conversation on forestry. They are the two sides to the same coin in conversations on climate change. And I call for others out there, especially those who have big carbon footprints. You have to do justice to planet Earth by doing your part, especially assisting us in the preservation of our forests. Mr. President, the third threat facing humanity, in my view, is geopolitical differences and sovereignty contests over territories and people. Increasing geopolitical conflicts and tensions are fueling fragmentation and protectionism around the world today. The restrictions on trade, disruptions in supply chains, growing competitions are crippling our economies. We need to examine peaceful strategies and solutions and invest in peace-building initiatives for de-escalation, mutual understanding, cooperation, build trust, and foster peaceful relationship. The United Nations role in this must be respected by all nations, for really it was for this reason that the UN was born. So the world does not need to face many more wars again or another big war again. Mr. President, I say this: violence begets violence, and is evil no matter what the justification may be. Violence begets violence. Peace must be achieved by peaceful means. No matter how long or unjust it may seem, peace must be achieved by peaceful means. We live in a time where the press of a button, an atomic or nuclear bomb has the ability and potential to destroy our planet. All conflicts can be resolved if we allow United Nations one rule book to take prominence over our own parochial national interests. In PNG, we partner United Nations in national and subnational peace-building efforts. One good example is the de-escalation of our own internal conflict on Bougainville, when the United Nations supervised the Bougainville Peace Agreement in 2001 and continues to ensure we comply with all requirements of that agreement, including bringing the 2019 referendum results to our national parliament. To this day, I am happy to report that no bullets have since been fired in Bougainville. This is the role and the strength of the United Nations, and I call on all nations and people to respect the charter of this institution and the reasons for its existence. PNG therefore calls on the UN and its systems to begin the process to review the Security Council and the reforms that must take place, including removal of veto powers, so all nations can sit equally on the table in as far as decision-making is concerned. Mr. President, we must do all we can to restore stability to the far reaches of Earth. Global conflicts cause domino effect, and the subsequent impacts are felt throughout the world, including intergenerational wounds. Mr. President, as I conclude, let me remind us again on our collective responsibility to together preserve our planet and our human race. In 1987, a space philosopher called Frank White wrote the overview effect, a cognitive shift astronauts experience after viewing planet Earth from the space, and upon their return to Earth, he records that most astronauts, if not all, experience a self-transcendence, appreciating Earth much more and feeling a very strong connection to all people on the planet. And I am sure Neil Armstrong in 1969, on July 20, when he gazed back on planet Earth, standing on moon, he would have looked back and he would not have seen his planet, he would not have seen his country, the United States of America. He would have seen the blue planet, the planet he called home. I call upon all of us, esteemed leaders of this planet, let us adopt a little bit of overview effect to see the world through the eyes of the astronauts. They see the planet from humanity perspective, one planet, one people, one humanity. They appreciated Earth much better. And I want to ask all of us, all leaders of planet Earth, let us appreciate Earth. Let us treasure its life-sustaining gifts. Let us do everything within our means to preserve and protect planet Earth. It starts with all of us, leaders, to think and act correctly, because our children's collective future depend on this one. We have but one planet. After all, there's not two planets. You look at the observable universe, you look billions and billions of light years into the observable universe. There is no one planet that looks like us. Only one planet. Let's preserve that. Let us rise above religious bigotry, fight poverty together, and coexist in peace under the charter we ourselves have written into this magnificent institution called the United Nations. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak. May the peace of my Lord Jesus be upon you, Mr. President, and all people of Earth, our beautiful life-sustaining Earth. May God bless each and every one of you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Secretary General, President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear friends. When we gathered this time last year, little could we have predicted that just a couple of weeks later, our world would be plunged into even greater turmoil by the despicable attacks of October the 7th. In the 12 months since, we have seen continued loss of life and a humanitarian emergency on such a scale that it is all too easy to give up hope, all too easy to believe that nothing can be done, all too easy to turn the other cheek. We cannot escape from the stark reality that our world faces the gravest of challenges, and the populations of far too many of these United Nations face the greatest perils. The gravity of these threats is such that we, as leaders from across the globe, are confronted with a choice of two paths. We can choose the path of despair, dejectedly deciding that it is impossible to make a difference, or we can choose the path of persistence, determined that no matter how rough the waters, we can and we must redouble our efforts to meet those challenges and mitigate those perils. I emphatically believe that we have a moral responsibility to take the path of persistence. I will never apologize for reaffirming the simple belief that motivated me to come into public life, that tomorrow can be better than today. And no matter what the headwinds, it is a belief that still motivates all I do. I refuse to believe that we should just give up. I refuse to listen to those siren whispers that the worst is inevitable and it is not worth working for better outcomes. I refuse to give in to the notion that we can defer difficult decisions or that small countries have to passively accept the actions of the larger players. To acquiesce to that negativity would be to accept that this General Assembly, that this United Nations is nothing more than a council of despair. To that, I say a resounding no. This United Nations can and must be a council of hope. Nobody is going to pretend that we can wave any sort of magic wand or deliver instant solutions. But we have a duty to keep hope alive, to keep trying, to keep working, to keep battling for the values that were the very foundation of the idea of a United Nations. 8 decades ago, from the rubble of the first truly global conflict, our forerunners had the courage and the foresight to see that the world had to have a forum where the voice of every nation could be heard. And as colonialism rightly crumbled, there were a lot of newly independent nations to add their signatures to the Charter. Malta is one such nation. As we gained our independence from the United Kingdom, we took our place in the world. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Malta's accession to the United Nations. Over those 6 decades, my country has developed beyond the wildest dreams of the pioneers who saw us to statehood. So, as we mark 60 years of Malta as a proud member of the United Nations, and as the United Nations itself gets ready to mark its 80th anniversary, my message is clear.
The world needs the United Nations now more than ever. Malta values the United Nations now more than ever. And make no mistake, Malta may be a small country, but we will always be a loud voice against deferring difficult decisions and avoiding difficult conversations. We will never resign ourselves to a future devoid of peace. We will never abandon our commitment to supporting peace processes, no matter how tough those processes may be. We will remain steadfast in our support for steps to build and maintain peace in every region of conflict. We will remain as committed to and confident in this United Nations as that day in December of 60 years ago when the ink dried on Malta's signature. Malta has a unique political and geographical position at the heart of the Mediterranean, a bridge between Europe and North Africa, and the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East. A full member of the European Union, but with neutrality enshrined in our Constitution. We are acutely aware of the responsibility that this position brings. Two words sum up the role that I believe Malta can and does play: honest broker. From hosting peace talks to brokering difficult dialogues, we aim to harness our unique position to bring those in conflict together, to at least try and find a way forward. This is exactly the approach that Malta has brought to our membership of the Security Council over the past 2 years. And that is exactly the approach we have brought to the chair of the OSCE, which we assumed last January. Malta was happy to step up and take the chair as an honest broker, allowing all members to endorse our leadership and ensuring the work of this vital body can continue. Like Malta, the OSCE is a bridge between neighbors across continents. Europe can only be secure and at peace if its neighbors are secure and at peace, which is why both in the Security Council and the OSCE, our guiding watchwords are always promoting sustainability, peace, and security. This approach sits well alongside the OSCE's comprehensive conception of security as not just about ending military conflict, but also addressing the social and economic tensions that create and exacerbate international tensions. To that end, we will continue to press for all nations to comply with the Arms Trade Treaty. The failure of too many countries to comply with international rules poses too great a threat to too many innocent citizens. President, as I've reflected on my country's 6 decades of membership of this United Nations, I've looked back at the wisdom of some of those who have held the office of Secretary General. Sadly, those words of Ban Ki-moon remain as true and urgent today as ever. The world is overarmed and peace is underfunded. The peace and humanitarian budgets, which are at the heart of the UN's mission, remain unfortunately severely underfunded, harshly impacting too many of the world's most vulnerable people, which is why Malta urges all member states to play their part by remitting the resources to ensure the hard-working, hard-pressed frontline UN staff can play their part in bringing relief and hope where it is so desperately needed. As Malta concludes its current term on the Security Council, I am proud of what we have been able to help achieve. Amidst the tragedy of the events in Israel and Gaza, we have worked with others to prioritize the relief of humanitarian suffering. We used our seat on the Security Council to work for Resolution 2712, which demanded urgent and extended humanitarian pauses and the provision of corridors through Gaza to supply critical supplies needed by so many innocent civilians, not the least children. The resolution also called for the release of hostages held captive by Hamas and other militant groups in Gaza. We are proud that this led to the release of 105 hostages during the negotiated 7-day pause. Similarly, I am pleased Malta played a key role in the Security Council adopting Resolution 2728, which demanded an immediate ceasefire in Gaza for the month of Ramadan, alongside the immediate release of all hostages. This was the first joint motion from the non-permanent members on a geographic situation in the Security Council's history. Understandably, much of the world's attention has been on Israel and Gaza since October the 7th, which has now expanded to a dangerous and deeply worrying escalation in Lebanon. We stand firm in our belief that we must all strive to ensure that the flames of this conflict do not engulf the whole region, and that we all take decisive steps to resolve this conflict before it is too late. Furthermore, it is imperative that we, as a global community, do not lose focus on those other parts of the world where war and the killing of civilians is also all too present and all too tragic a daily reality. Sudan, Yemen, Syria, and of course, Ukraine. So, let me now turn to another country in conflict, Malta's southern neighbor, Libya. Helping the Libyan people achieve a genuine and lasting resolution to the institutional crisis for which they have paid too high a price for too long is a key priority for Malta. For such a resolution would not only benefit the Libyan people, it would also benefit all Libya's neighbors and also the wider region. Only with a single functioning government supported by citizens across the whole country can Libya play its full part in addressing the migrant crisis, which puts so many lives at risk. Which is why Malta welcomes the initiatives taken by UNSMIL in bringing the parties together to sign an agreement that will hopefully end a crisis at the Central Bank of Libya, and also to kickstart this stalled wider political process. Malta will continue to stand ready to do anything it can to aid that process. And we will be unstinting in advocating for proactive engagement by the international community to support and enhance those UN-led efforts. Together, we have a duty to aid the mediation needed to create a pathway towards national, parliamentary, and presidential elections in Libya. As friends and neighbors of Libya, we can and must help. But for the process to truly succeed, it must be fully Libyan-led and Libyan-owned, to which end we unequivocally call for the immediate withdrawal of all foreign forces, fighters, and mercenaries from Libya. And Malta re-emphasizes the need for a full completion of the Libyan arms embargo in line with all the relevant Security Council resolutions. Equality is a key value for my government and my country, just as the situation in Libya will only be resolved by all the people of the country knowing that they have an equal voice, so are so many of the conflicts, disputes, and tensions around the world fueled by inequality. Equality isn't some sort of added extra, nice to have, but not vital to tackling the world's problems. That view couldn't be more misguided. Equality across gender, age, race, religion, disability cemented an anti-racism strategy, and we are now in the process of drafting a second renewed anti-racism strategy. We will never take equality for granted at home, and we will always advocate and support greater equality internationally. All too often, it is women and girls who bear the brunt of conflict, and all too infrequently are the voices of women and girls heard when it comes to solving those conflicts. Without women, there can be no peace. As the world redoubles its efforts to bring peace, so must we all redouble our efforts to ensure the voice of women and girls is heard at the top tables as well as on the ground. During our term on the Security Council, Malta has worked hard to do just that. Malta has chaired the Security Council Working Group on Children and Armed Conflict. In the last 18 months, the working group has issued conclusions on the role of children in the conflicts in South Sudan, Nigeria, Mali, Afghanistan, CAR, Colombia, Iraq, and Somalia. That long list is a sad testament to the magnitude and gravity of the repeated violations against children in crisis zones. We must never let up in our outrage and actions at these persistent and flagrant abuses of the rights of the child as enshrined by this United Nations. President, we have a saying in Maltese, "Il-Bahar Sinjur," the sea is wealthy. And indeed it is. As an island nation for Malta, the wealth of the sea equates to the wealth of our people. The health of the sea equates to the health of our people. So we need no reminder just how essential it is to protect the wealth, health, and the biodiversity of our seas and oceans. And we know just how much small island nations like ours will be impacted as climate change warms oceans and raises sea levels. We, small island nations, are amongst the lower emitters of greenhouse gases. But we are literally the front line of the climate emergency. The impact of climate change will be felt by all our citizens. It is our duty to them to do all we can to minimize that change and maximize our resilience to the changes which are already being felt. Delay and prevarication simply aren't options. Climate change must remain at the top of the global agenda. Solidarity, standing shoulder to shoulder with our fellow small island nations, is a key value for Malta. Solidarity means actions, not just words. The Islands for Islands initiative is central to our foreign policy, providing concrete, practical assistance to small island developing states, sharing best practice and building capacity. That's why Malta has jointly taken the lead in developing the Climate Vulnerability and Resilience Index, a practical resource to help small islands identify and prepare better for the effects of the changing climate. As sea levels become an even greater concern, so does the health of our seas and oceans become ever greater a priority. Malta remains and will always remain at the forefront of efforts to protect our oceans. In the very first years of our UN membership, we were one of the foremost proponents of the principle of the common heritage of mankind. Thank you, Arvid Pardo. And it remains our lodestar. We have consistently spoken up in the Security Council about the existential threat from rising sea levels, and Malta will always remain unwavering in our support for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Malta welcomes the first ratifications of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, which will provide much needed, much greater protection for the 2/3 of global oceans that lie beyond national jurisdictions. The treaty will only come into force when 60 nations have ratified it. Our oceans need it. Our people deserve it. So I say to my fellow leaders, speed up and sign. To preserve healthy maritime environments, we all need to take practical, innovative solutions and steps. That's why I am delighted at the success Malta's new shore-to-ship initiative is having. The stunning Grand Harbour in the capital city of Malta, which is Valletta, is a magnet for cruise ships. But while docked in berth, they can produce serious amounts of pollutions if relying on their engines in the confined space. So shore-to-ship is installing onshore power supply alongside the quays, which are used by cruise ships, meaning that they can switch off their engines and help reduce pollution in this most special of places by around 90%. In Malta, we know that while the sea can yield great gifts, it can also be the host for illicit activity and the breaking of international laws. The high seas must never become the Wild West. The rule of law and the will of the international community must always hold on sea as on land, which is why Malta championed the creation of a unified database of all vessels which are involved in illicit activity, shareable and usable by all participating states. Shipping is central to international trade, so ensuring they are fully applied at sea is central to any successful sanctions regime. And that can only happen if ship owners know that trying to break sanctions brings consequences. But it is essential for reasons of natural justice and to ensure buy-in from member states that the listing of those breaking sanctions is both fair and transparent. So Malta was proud to jointly hold the pen alongside the United States for Resolution 2744 that overhauls the delisting process for the first time in almost 2 decades. By creating a better system for delisting where warranted, we can ward against premature lifting of sanctions which is not warranted. President, we have witnessed how effective global health policies can unite nations, especially when addressing crises that transcend borders and that affect us all. Just yesterday, United Nations member states adopted the political declaration on antimicrobial resistance, which has been diligently facilitated by Malta and the Barbados over so many months. AMR presents a collective threat and demands our urgent attention. We know what must be done to prevent the loss of millions of lives and avert trillions of dollars in additional healthcare costs. This declaration should serve as a strategic roadmap for policymakers, guiding their efforts to tackle AMR in the years ahead. President, when we reconvene in a year's time, we will be marking the 80th birthday of our United Nations. But we mustn't ever be just marking time. We need to always be marking progress. As Dag Hammarskjöld said, the pursuit of peace and progress cannot end in a few years in either victory or defeat. The pursuit of peace and progress, with its trials and its errors, its successes and its setbacks, can never be relaxed and never abandoned. In Europe, the average life expectancy is just over 80 years. United Nations will only have life expectancy longer than that if we all recommit to its future. As the saying goes, I want reports of its debt to be greatly exaggerated. Yes, we can't ignore the fact that the architecture of the world's collective security is under stress like never before. Voices of nationalism dismiss the need to work together. Instigators of conflict believe they can escape the rat and writ of the global community. Both couldn't be more wrong. Acting to end conflict, and relieve suffering is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. Reaching consensus across borders and across political differences is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying.